Môre, waar is die mense daar buite? Ons gaan begin. Ons kan so lank probeer om ons selfone af te kry. Ja, natuurlijk. Welkom. Je mag. Ja, algemene kennis en welkom. Wonderlijk om jullie hier te hê. Wonderlijk. Henk gaan vir ons Johanien de Kok en Elisma Smith opspoor. Sien jy hulle nie gehoor? Yes! Baie welkom, liewe mense, by die tweede genealogiefees, wat 'n wonderlike geleentheid is, wat begin is, deur die, kan julle onthou, met 'n vennootskap, die FHK en SASNEF. En vandag is ter ere van die twee wonderlike vrouens, wat die hele genealogiefees begin het, Janine Kok en Elisma Smit. Dit is baie lekker om julle by ons vandag te hê. Vandag is om julle te eer en vir julle dankie te sê vir wat julle beteken het vir genealogie in die Weskaap met daai eerste fees. En om behoorlik dankie te sê, moet julle vorentoe kom, want almal kan sien hoe lyk julle. Ons het vir julle 'n baie aantreklike man gekry om vir julle 'n mooi plantjie te gee, elkeen. Voor die tyd, ja. Hy is nog eens bekend gestel, hè. Nee, hy gaan dit nou vir hulle gee.
Okay. Ek sal vir julle gee. Ek het nog eens myne hierdie.
Nee, nog net. Fantasties. Janine de Kok en Elisma Smit, baie dankie. Ja,
die drie vennote, wat die?
Drie musketities. Fantasties. En dan is dit my voorreg om al die eregaste hier te verwelkom. Ek begin hier eers by Connie. Dit is 'n besonderse eer om jou hier te hê vandag. En saam met Daniel en sy vrou, baie welkom hier by ons. En ook sis is hier en dan natuurlik Miriam. Dit nou mooi groot Scholten. Scholten. Dit is so moeilik vir ons. En dan het ons 'n paar ander sprekers ook hier, wat julle nou net ontmoet het, die aantreklike man. Gavin Cowley. Ek dink almal ken vir jou, Gavin. Uit al die uitsaai daar. Jy is nogal 'n talentvolle man. En Roger Stewart, wat net so talentvol is, wat ons vanoggend vir die eerste keer in 'n lang ruk ontmoet het weer. So dis baie besonder om jou hier te hê by ons vandag. En natuurlik elkeen van die lede wat hier is, baie welkom. Mag julle 'n fantastiese dag hê en julle self geniet. Die program het 9:00 begin, wat beteken ons gaan so 'n bietjie aanskuif en ons voel die dag. Ons het 'n paar datums en tye vasgemaak, maar die tye gaan 'n bietjie wissel vandag. So voel rustig, maak jouself gemaklik in jou skoene en geniet die dag saam met ons. My voorreg dan om julle voor te stel aan die voorsitter, die wat hom nog nie ken nie. Jy kan maar gesels. Henk Raal.
Moet ek hieroor praat?
Ja.
Oeps. Goeiemôre van my kant van GGSA Weskaap. Ook hartlik welkom. Is lekker om 'n groot gehoor te hê, veral op 'n vroeë Saterdag. Gavin sê altyd vir my krieket begin eers 10:00, jy weet. So. Maar nietemin, ek is nie julle spreker nie, hy is die spreker. Toe het ek gedink, het sal goed wees, as ek nou sommer so 'n dubbele oefening doen. Deesdae vra almal vir AI, of ChatGPT, of Copilot, of een van daai plekke, wat weet julle van die man? So ek het nie vir hom sy CV gevra nie. Ek vra toe vir die wolke, sal ek maar sê, vra ek die CV, wat kan hulle my vertel van die man? Nou, daar's baie van ons wat baie skepties is oor AI, né? We're very skeptical about it, we're not sure. So I tried two, and my dear, two different answers in many aspects, you know. So don't trust the AI unless you've checked your sources. But the best source is the man himself. So as I go along and read some of your CV, you can say, whoa, that's not me. It's just a bit of fun for the day. Now, Gavin is 1 year older than me and Daniel Hugo. He was born on the 1st of March 1953. In those days, they called it Port Elizabeth. Now, this is what the most acknowledged source says here. He is a distinguished former sportsman, business leader, author, commentator, and mentor. Is het nog recht zover?
Ja, maar daar is nog meer as dit, né?
Ja. Okay. It says Cowley dedicated his life to excellence across multiple fields: sport, business, media, and community upliftment. He was educated at Grey High School, not in Bloemfontein, but in Port Elizabeth. Cowley went to earn, and this is where the two sources differ. The one source says he got a BCom degree with success, and the other source says, he got a Bachelor of Arts in physiology. Psychology, yes, like. This is not what it says, so both sources are wrong. and a diploma in public relations. So that part is correct. And then it says he also qualified as a teacher. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a short space. Okay.
But I never taught a day in my life.
You're doing it today. And is accredited as a chartered public relations professional, CPRP, whatever. Is that true? Excellent. Then there's a whole long story on his sports, but I try to summarize it here. His sporting career began with exceptional promise. A natural all-rounder, Cowley represented Eastern Province in 3 major sports: rugby, cricket, and field hockey, a feat achieved by a very few. On the rugby field, he played 88 matches for Eastern Province, more or less correct. Okay. Many as a captain, and was elected for multiple national representative teams, including the Springbok Reserves, the Junior Springboks, the SA Barbarians, and the World 15. Highlights include memorable matches against the British Lions in 1974, toe was ons op universiteit, and the All Blacks in 1976. Hoe sê? Ja, dit is 'n ander onderwerp. In cricket, Cowley was equally prolific. He played 69 first-class matches and 48 List A matches between 1970 and 1968, 'n lang tyd. Often captaining Eastern Province. And yes, like dat gaan net aan. Let's get to the next phase. Following his retirement from professional sport, Cowley transitioned seamlessly into the corporate world. He joined Adidas South Africa. Daai tyd was almal Adidas tikkies, so goed gedra. Rising to the position of marketing director. Under his leadership, Adidas played a key role as a global partner in the historic 2010 FIFA World Cup that was held in South Africa. Ek praat nou te lank. Onder andere say, after stepping down from full-time corporate life in 2013, like my early retirement gehad, he has remained active as consultant, business mentor, and then the surprise, university lecturer. Het Het jy daar ook gaan draai? Uitsa.
Stellenbosch,
Wow, mooi.
op die besigheidskool.
Uitsa. He is a member of the Chief Marketing Officer Council and continues to contribute through leadership in marketing, branding and organizational development. Cowley is also deeply involved in hospice work, community development and leadership coaching. En dan gaan dit aan oor, hy het meer as 900 sportwedstryde as kommentator opgetree in SuperSport. Ek vertaal dit nou self in Afrikaans. And then as an author, Cowley penned Having a Ball, co-authored Raise Your Game, and then published the substantial, they say 600-page family history titled The Cowleys from Derbyshire to Plettenbergbaai. His passion for genealogy and legacy underscores his deep sense of heritage and identity. Dis die grand woorde wat hulle daar sê. Maar as jy genealogy doen, then you must have a family, or you must have a papa and a mama, like all of us. The one source didn't declare anything about his family and personal life. The other source says, Gavin was born to Selwyn Cowley. Gavin's second name is Selwyn, and Joyce Cowley in Port Elizabeth. He is married to Lynn Cowley, and they reside in Cape Town. They have 3 children. Miskien weet jy van meer. Daughter Kerry, son Grant, both based in Cape Town, and younger son Craig, who lives in Portugal.
No,
Oh,
all wrong.
all wrong. The names or the numbers?
The names.
Yes, like.
My ma was nie Joyce nie. Of, ek dink nie, it was Joyce.
This is a lesson for genealogists. Don't trust this unless you check the source. Perhaps your grandchildren are correct. Do you have 5 grandchildren? Luke, Emma, Sophie, Daniel, and Isla. Oh, guts. Perhaps there's a double for you.
Die naam is bietjie anders.
Is die naam 'n bietjie anders?
Ja.
Okay, perhaps the last sentence is true, very true. Cowley remains active in community and church life and continues to mentor young athletes and professionals. His legacy is one of excellence, humility and service, both on and off the field.
Okay, ja.
Okay, so. So what, 80% correct.
Yes.
But we must have the genealogy part correct, you know, so.
100%.
So
Quite right.
afterwards we can correct it for the record.
Yeah.
But the floor is yours. You'll speak in English, maar sy Afrikaans as dit 'n ouetjie is wat van P afkom, jy weet, daai manne kan almal goed lekker Afrikaans praat, jy weet.
Maar nie is dit kosse nie, ongelukkig.
Nee, ek weet nie, miskien net ek wat so 'n bietjie daarvan verstaan. Maar all the best, you don't have to speak with the mic, jy gaan ons nou daar staan.
Ja.
Okay, dankie. Daar's vrae agterna, né? Be ready for the questions afterwards.
Yeah, but you know, Henk, good morning, everybody. You guys are conning me here because you said to me I start at 9 o'clock and I've got to finish exact now, so let's say 10 to 10 or whatever it is, 10 minutes for questions, etc. You've now conned me out of half of my presentation. And I'm going to finish here probably at about 1 o'clock today. So, but you know the cue, my wife is very good. She would always do this when she said enough is enough, you know, and then I would take my cues from that. Simone said she doesn't get up early on Saturday morning, so if she starts nodding off, then I know it's time to finish. I've got to finish. Okay, Jaco sitting at the back there, you know, he was, and this is the serious side, he was absolutely wonderful in helping me at the archives over the years. I've not come across a person who has a very demanding job there, who is so happy to help people. That's his life, I think. And I don't know his private life, but I can tell you that he's a man that helps others. And it's so good that you're still involved you know, you're in retirement. We all go into retirement, and us men in particular have to wake up every day with a purpose. The ladies have all got that anyway. It's us men that are the problem. And when you hit the age of 70 or whatever it is, whenever you retire, when you come across an old guy who's complaining about the way that Woolworths package the cheese and the dogs are barking and that, get out of there. Get out of there. Because that guy is probably just sitting around all day, not sure what to do with himself, whereas you ladies are always so busy. Okay, now I need to just add something here. Can you all hear me at the back? Is it okay? So this is the cover of the book that I wrote a long time ago, 2016 I think it was. And I was just chatting this morning to a couple of you and said, you know, the amazing thing is that that book is 600 pages long. It was a labor of love, 14 years of research. And on my laptop at home, I've got the manuscript, the original manuscript, and all the additional info that I've subsequently picked up, I've put in the red color, in the color red. And I reckon there's another 20% that is missing from that book that can be added to it, you know. So somewhere down the road, I need to do another version or however that's going to work so that it's up to date, you know, as we go along. Today, a couple of you, in fact, quite a few of you, have heard my last presentation here. So I decided not to go and just tell you about all the Cowleys and, you know, and how many there were and all that sort of thing. But I said, okay, my journey in genealogy, and I'm still an aspirant, you know, there's a lot of very, very learned people here who have much more knowledge than I have in genealogy, but I have enthusiasm for it, and I'm happy to keep learning too, all the time, really happy to keep learning. So I thought, you know, what was that journey like? What were the challenges that I had I can remember going to the Church of Latter-day Saints with a microfiche and looking through all that stuff. It was like a nightmare. Whereas today, you know, it's at our fingertips. You know, I'm linked with Find My Past, My Heritage, and all of these sites where you're able to glean a lot of information, and that's where it's all come from. So what were the things that were important to me during the course of this journey? What did I learn? You know, what were the things that came along? Okay, so my wife says to me, there's got to be one nut on every family tree. So my wife has got no interest in genealogy at all. She said, that's past, that's history and that. I said, yeah, but darling, we actually learn from that, you know. She didn't really agree with me. She didn't have an interest in her family. So I found this thing and I read that out to her. And this year, I think, basically describes all of us in this room, if you like. We are the chosen in each family. So even if there is only one, you know, there is one who seems called to find the ancestors, which is what we all try and do. To put flesh on their bones, make them seem alive again, to tell the family story, and to feel that somehow they know and approve doing genealogy is not a cold gathering of facts, but instead breathing life into all who have gone before. We are the storytellers of the tribe. And I don't know if the rest of you have a similar experience in some ways where, you know, your wife or your partner or your kids or whatever it is, don't really have an interest in the genealogy. You know, you're the one that drives the whole process. So I read that out to her, but again, she said, who's unknown at the bottom? I actually don't really know, you know. So then I was talking to a group of people, and somebody asked that question. What is the earliest memory that you have of yourself? And in the majority of people, nobody knew, they couldn't recall their life before the age of 4. It was like almost like 4 onwards. And we got a medical doctor here as well who can tell us a little bit about these things, or more than I would know. And that one I can recall. And that's before 4. I don't know what age I was there. But only because also I had a ball in my hand. So I grew up with balls. Well, that's not the right way to say it. Tennis balls, rugby balls, cricket balls, whatever it might be. So just ask yourself very quietly, you know, what was my earliest memory of myself? What can I recall? So that was like quite a nice starting point for me. Then in Port Elizabeth, something that I was very pleased about, and funnily enough, I was in Port Elizabeth this last week. I was hosting a breakfast with Sia Kolisi, our Springbok rugby captain. And Sia said to me, he said, you have a road in Port Elizabeth that's been named after you. So I said, yeah, I do. He says, well, you one up on me then. So I said, yeah, we've renamed the Philip Field at Grey, the rugby field, is now called the Kolisi Field, you know. But I said to him, you know, Sia, this is one of the things that I'm very proud of, you know, and I'm very, very happy to have received that accolade of having a street named after him. So I went to look for the street. I found it. But unfortunately, when I say unfortunately, you could hardly read it. You know, PE is in such a state of disrepair, I have to say, that, you know, everything is not as neat and as new as what it is there. But what sparked my genealogical interest? Where did it come from? And my dad was a fighter pilot in the Second World War. He was a major, my dad and my mom. And my mom was one of the top tennis players in South Africa. And I said to my dad one day, I said, Dad, what did great-great-grandfather do? Now, great-great-grandfather came out from Derbyshire in England, landed at Plettenbergbaai. There was virtually nothing there, and helped build the place. So he said, he was a farmer. So I said, oh, okay, yeah, no, I do know that, but what did he farm? He says, I don't know. I was a little boy, I don't recall. So I said, does anybody know? No, nobody knows. So I said, well, where did he come from? He says, you know, he came from England. I said, yeah, but where in England? So he said, I don't know. It's just England, you know. Well, England's not a town. I mean, it's a big country. And so I thought, hang on, I've got to find this out. So I managed to find out that he was married to a lady called Julia. So his name was Robert Cowley. He was married to Julia. So, of course, down to the Church of Latter-day Saints, and I'm searching for a Robert Cowley who married a Julia. Can't find one anywhere. Nowhere. And for weeks and probably months on end, I couldn't get any more information. But I knew he came from England. You know, this is where we get challenged, because you've got to think laterally as best as you can. And one of the greatest mentors that I've had in genealogy anyway was Professor Anthony Cowley, who was a cousin of my dad's. He was a nuclear physicist at Stellenbosch University, and he would not accept anything from me unless I could prove it. He was really hard on me with that, you know. And I'm the marketing guy, so I'm sort of like, ooh, yeah, it could be that, could be, or is this, or is that? He says, show me, you know. So I learned a lot from that. But, you know, this whole thing became for me quite tricky then, because where's Julia? You know what I found? And this was also ultimately courtesy of Jaco and the rest of them down at the archives too, is it was his second wife. So he had married Elizabeth in Derbyshire, and she had passed on, and then he remarried to Julia Brown after that, you know. So I needed to look for Robert and Elizabeth. Well, you can imagine as well how tough that is. Two names that are highly prevalent in England, Robert and Elizabeth, you know. So how many Robert and Elizabeth Cowleys were there? Well, there won't be many. There were plenty, you know. So a process of elimination was sort of half the way that all worked. And so I started acquiring this information, and I got excited about it too, you know, uncovering something. I don't know, for me, creatively, it was just so pleasurable to be able to get information. And so things carried on and on. I better keep going here, otherwise I'm going to be here all day. So let's just go back to England now. Let's just say, okay, where did it all start? Well, I was told the surname evolution essentially is driven around these four things here. In the early years, this is certainly in England, in those early years, you were Peter, or you were Jaco, or whatever you were. That was your name. And maybe followed by a DE, which means of, Jaco of London. Suddenly there were 10 Jaco of Londons there. There was a need for, a better definition of people. And so they say that this is where they came from. So every time I hear a name, Cooper or blacksmith or whatever it might be, it has some link perhaps to these things here. Personal peculiarities, white hair, brown eyes, whatever it might be. The localities, which is essentially where we believe we came from, occupations, and then the Christian names, like those. So our Cowleys, through that there, then the definition of Cowley, which is Ku and Lee, suggested that we were farmers in the early years, which was in fact the case. Farmers initially, and then the owners of lead mines in Derbyshire, and then ultimately thereafter framework knitting. Do you all know what framework knitting is? You sort of an idea of it? I'm not going to go into a big thing of that. There's one of those looms is actually in one of the pictures here, so where they would knit bobbins and scarves and stuff like that. And obviously in the cold in England, there's a big need for that. And there was a graduation of my great-great-great-grandfather, who was a framework knitter in Derbyshire. So how did our surname evolve? Now you picture a scene. You come along with your lady to the church, and the minister says to you, "Your name, sir?" And he says, "Cowley," or some sort of derivative of that. And so he writes it down. He says, "Is that it there?" Is it? I don't know. I can't read, or I can't write, which was the case with many of these people. So it was just what it sounded like. So Cowley, how would you write that down? You could write it down Ciley or whatever it might be, through explanation. But initially, this is where it started, de Collier. So it bears very little resemblance to what it is today. And over the years, from round about the early 1200s, that's what it was. I don't know what it was before that. And then it just changed all the way as you went down here. You could see, and there were more. These were just some of them. And I'm sure that in many cases, certainly those of you who have an English origin in your name or your family would have something similar to that to a certain extent. It was quite confusing. And yet also, with all the census records in England, from 1841 onwards, which was a great source of info for me, it's amazing how many errors there were. How names were spelt incorrectly, and there's plenty of that, which I never expected. I would have thought it would have been, the English are supposed to be so learned, but it wasn't 100% the case. So quite often you see the name spelt incorrectly, on the census sheet too. So again, lateral thinking. Just type in, instead of Cowley, Cowley, type in Cowley, Cawley, and sometimes you would find family members, who were recorded as that, which is incorrect. So in those early years, we believe that our earliest relative was Swain the Dane, but I can't prove it. But we think that's the case. Now this is going back to there. So this is a very long way back. And then Gilbert, was the first to use the surname Cowley, from that one to that one there. And he owned this building, Cowley Manor, all in Derbyshire, in the Midlands of England. And the Swain the Dane thing is for me very interesting, because I want to just share something with you about that, which I'll do just now. And then his son, Giles Cowley, lived in this one here, and they owned lead mines in Derbyshire, and lead mining was a very important source of material in those years. So he had some very good friends, and some of them Leonard Wheatcroft, and a lot of people that were quite high up in government and stuff in England that he was friendly with. So you've probably never heard of this place before, called Bredsall. So Bredsall is a little village which is 2 miles north of Derby in the Midlands. And it's a beautiful little village, some really, really nice homes there. And because of that area, Bredsall and Derby itself, 75% of the Cowleys in those areas are traceable back to here, which means that they literally are, every one of them is actually, you know, part of our family in some form or another. So the village had a little shop there, which has now just been changed to a coffee shop. But Anthony Cowley, relative of mine, used to run that as a post office, a shop. He was, you could see here, he was a farmer as well. He had 8 acres. He was a grocer and a news agent. So the multiple employment factors were quite interesting in those days, where people had more than just what they did. They'd maybe had a herd of cows as well, and whatever else it was that brought them along. And then the Church of England primary school in Bredsall, you know, there were quite a number of our family that actually taught there. One was a headmaster at some point in time too, and that's of course still standing as it is at the moment. So we had a deep history in this little village, including this thing here. It's called the Old Hall, and it's just very, very close to the Anglican Church in Bredsall. And dendrochronology dates the floorboards in this building to 1231. So this has come a very long way. It's an incredible building, this. It's been bastardized, sadly, through a few changes that have been made and things that have been added on that doesn't look that neat, to be honest with you, but I mean, that's just the way it is, I suppose. And so my great-great-great-grandfather and his mom actually stayed here for a while, so it was used for different purposes. It was a residence, it was a post office, you know, and various other things too that existed there. And then Ivy Cottage. This is the place that it was in our family, this home, Ivy Cottage, for 350 years. It was built in 1601, and our family occupied that close to the 1950s in Bredsall. And this has also been changed somewhat, but there's nothing more that can be done because it's now a British Heritage building. So you can't add on and do this and do that with it. But the interesting thing is that upstairs here was what they used for framework knitting. When that triple great-grandfather of mine was occupied with as a framework knitter, upstairs here was where he had his loom and everything that went with that. Now I'm going to touch on something that is sensitive in a way, because I have to admit I am not a medical man. So, but what I'm going to say now is for me quite interesting. It's something that I found out. In this Derby Mercury newspaper, it's right at, yeah, it is right here. You can't read it from there, but this is the original newspaper, 1773. John Cowley there wrote a letter to this newspaper, very, very public, and he thanked the medical doctor for curing him of consumption. Now, I didn't know what consumption was, so I had to go and look it up, and I found it was tuberculosis, if that's correct. Just, yeah. And okay, and what did he say there? He said, I would wake up every morning bathed in sweat in my bed, you know, and it runs in the family, was the comment that he actually made there, you know. So he thanked the doctor, etc., etc., and it was the days where they still, an S was written like an F, you know, like that. So he had, you know, a witness there as well, W-I-T-N-E, and then those two Fs. Well, I didn't know what it was, and someone said that's how they used to do the S in those days. It looked like an F. So he thanked the doctor, and he said if anybody needs to have verification or whatever, they can contact me and so. So there he is. He was the 7th great-grandfather of mine. So I thought, okay, first thing I must do is let me go and look and see when he died. Maybe he died soon thereafter from tuberculosis. Well, it was not the case. So I was able to access information about the deaths of Cowleys over the years. Started looking that up now. Let's find out, if anybody else in the family, or if it was just at that time that people would get, things like tuberculosis. There was a lot of scarlet fever around and other diseases as well. So I found that he lived another 20 odd years after that. So maybe the doctor was spot on with whatever he gave him, some concoction. And then looking through all of them, I found a huge number of Cowleys that died of respiratory diseases over the years, 300 years, well, the ones that I was able to access. So that started to suggest to me, I wonder if there are genetics at play here, So when you do your DNA testing as well, if those of you, how many of you have done DNA testing? Are there quite a lot of you? Fair number? Yeah. I suppose a lot of this stuff starts to come out, You start finding out a few things about the health in your own family, the health in yourself too. And as I say, I'm not a medical doctor, and I don't want to speculate about too much, but just to mention it, that this is something that I found very, very interesting in this particular case. Then I found out another thing. Have you heard of Viking disease before, anybody? Nobody knows that. I don't know how you pronounce this. Duputrens. Maybe it's an easier thing to sort of pronounce in Afrikaans maybe than Duputran. Duputran. Is that what it means? Okay, yeah. That's brilliant to know. Brilliant to know. My father had that. I've got a little bit of it here. It's very small, but if you push there, you can feel the muscle sort of like a little bit expanded. He also got it. I'll tell you where you come from. My dad had quite a bit of it, and it doesn't bother you at all, and it didn't bother him either. Just sometimes his fingers would be a little bit skew. But yeah, so what's interesting about that? Look at this. 30% of all males in Norway, not Scandinavia in its entirety, I don't know about that, have exactly this thing. So the Vikings that came across, and many of them came across into Derbyshire too over the years. But what causes that? Is that a genetic thing, or is it from rowing? I see the ladies at the back are doing this. Where did it come from, and could this be true? So we think, but we don't know, but we think that we come from Scandinavia, our original family. We keep saying, oh, we're English, we came from England. Yeah, but before that, where did you come from? And I suppose if we keep going, we'll find we came back from Africa, maybe. Who knows? So wonderful, you start finding out all these interesting things. That's a stocking frame. The framework knitters, my ancestor James Cowley, that's what he used. To knit bobbins and scarves and woolen garments, various things. This was the machine that they used. It's like quite amazing. And I'd never heard of framework knitters before, and they also called them stockingers, as in stocking, I suppose, stockingers. So he carried on a fairly lucrative business for the Cowleys until disaster struck. But before that, I was fascinated. All these houses had a pig. So I thought, okay, well, probably they keep that pig till Christmas or something, and then or whenever it might be, Thanksgiving, and then they chop it, and then they have bacon and the whole bang shoot. No. That pig was like, for the Indian people, sacred. You didn't kill that pig. Why not? Do you know why not? Does anybody know why not? Because I didn't. Garbage disposal. There was no truck that came along and picked up all your rubbish and took it to the dump and threw it away. You know, you were responsible for your own. So the backyard in the corner was all the rubbish went in there, and the pigs got busy with that, you know. So the pig would clean up there, or keep it clean. That's the reason why they had pigs. And I thought this was a joke, but it's not a joke. It's true. That's what they actually utilized it for, certainly in England. I don't know if there's somewhere else. So another thing that I found out, which for me was just so incredible. So now we come to South Africa. What led to the immigration of people in the 1840s? People coming to South Africa and the other colonies that existed in the world. Well, we know some of the things that happened. You know, we know with potato blight in Ireland in the 1840s, potatoes were a staple diet for 3 meals a day: breakfast, lunch, and dinner, just prepared in a different way, whatever it might be. So potatoes staple, and of course potato blight. Blight unfortunately destroyed the potato crops in Ireland, and as a result, the people there were devastated. So hordes of them moved, and as we know, so many Irish people went to the United States, and then others down to the Antipodes, you know, to Australia and New Zealand, and of course South Africa as well, which was perhaps the closest. People moved out. So James Cowley, my relative there with the stocking frame, the framework knitter, these riots, Jediah Strut for a start, and factories there that started to emerge, meant that instead of these people being able to knit these things at home, factories could just generate so much more. And even in those early years, those factories started coming about, and as a result, they had no work. So James Cowley was not able to sustain a family of 11 children, and he became a parish clerk at the local church, you know, earning virtually nothing. So they were in really, really dire straits. And as a result of that, that's the reason why 3 of the kids came to South Africa, and the others had to find their way. You know, it was really, really difficult. And especially when James's wife died in 1846, you know, that made it really, really difficult for James to survive. Yes, he did have resources, but he was delving into them at a rapid rate, and was going to, you know, be completely bankrupt at some point in time. But the family had ties with the Newdigate family, which is a very wealthy family based in Sussex and Derbyshire. And the Newdigates, William Newdigate, the youngster, came to South Africa to suss the place out and that sort of thing. And he suggested that the Cowleys come down there to Plettenbergbaai. Now, you must know Plettenbergbaai had virtually nothing there. There were just a couple of little houses and, you know, not even proper houses. If you go there now and look at how that place has evolved, it's quite different. So that was and there were job opportunities. They needed to find jobs, you know. Framework knitting was not working, and there was nothing else they could do. Remember, the kids were very young, so it was a really, really tough time. So Robert, my great-great-grandfather, came out here in 1847. At the same time, or just a bit later that year, his brother John came out. I don't have a picture of him. And then, you know, 12 years later, Henry, the other brother, came out to South Africa. Luckily, he was a stable one, Robert. But Robert was the only member of the family, and I still don't know why, that was ill-educated. He couldn't read or write. When he came out here, and he had to learn a lot of things very, very quickly too, which of course happened for him. Henry here was one who could read and write, so why Robert couldn't, we don't know, timing-wise, etc. Henry was quite a thirsty guy. So he got stuck into the brandy or the beer or the whatever it might be, and lived a very full life, but quite a restless one in many, many ways. And then that same guy that came out, this man, Rachel, his wife, and his 2 sons, courtesy of you guys, Jaco, I managed to, that's in the archives down here. That's the ship they came out on. Well, you have not found more interesting information, and you guys can tell me a little bit more about how they kept information on these trips. The surgeon that was on board would actually write all the stuff down per day. Everything that happened, there was a fight here, or this there, or this one died. We found out there that, a lot of kids died on these trips. 3 months going all over the place on these boats. And how they would, it's all in this journal, how they scrubbed the floors of the ship every morning with chloride, or sodium chloride, or whatever it was, obviously to keep, the germs or whatever it is away. All the things that they did, how they did it was fascinating. Absolutely, I really, really enjoyed reading through this. And then I couldn't work out why he'd written in there that this morning, 8 a.m., we saw the coast of Brazil. Oh, did they go to Brazil first? No, the ship didn't go to Brazil. I found out. It went to Kaap de Goeie Hoop, to the Cape of Good Hope, to Cape Town. Yeah. So what on earth is it doing in Brazil? How could he have seen the... So I was completely confused. And then I followed the whole thing through and saw they left Southampton, they went down to Madeira, and then they crossed like this, almost to Brazil, and then came down. They said, well, why would they go that long way round? What were they doing, And there's an easy explanation for that. One thing, the trade winds. So you don't become becalmed by coming straight down. You go there and then you come down like this. Fascinating. So there was a lot of such interesting stuff that I found in this journal. And Jaco, that's really one of the joys, I think, to be able to access. I know we've got to be very careful with these old documents and that. This is quite a big book. But that information it gave me so much background, to how tough it was for these people to spend 3 months on a ship. It's swaying all over the place, the people are fighting. These ones are like on top of each other, the food, it was just like a nightmare for them, So things were not that easy in the mid-1850s. And then John Cowley, the one I said there was no picture of, the other brother, this guy was amazing. He was a gunsmith, and he settled in George when he came to South Africa. His wife hated it here, and they went back to England for a couple of years, and then after a couple of years, they came back again to South Africa, where they both died in their 40s. They were still very young. But this was the Sir Edward Paget ship that took them back to England, And I look at these things, it's not that easy to pick up all the ins and outs of it, but, that doesn't look like it's a pleasurable trip on a ship like that. But at the archives are some letters that he wrote to, the local people down here in terms of asking for assistance with this and assistance with that. So he was told this ship was coming into Cape Town at such and such a time, whatever the time was, the date. And so he would come down from George. So how did he get to Cape Town? An ox wagon. You imagine how long it takes him to come down here, and then he waits now. Now, where's the ship, And the ship doesn't come, and nobody knows where it is, and there's no cell phones or anything to, to say we've been becalmed or we're on our way or whatever it might be. That didn't exist, So he would wait and wait and wait, and then eventually he'd go back home again, And nobody could tell him when the ship was going to dock. So they were very challenging times, really. But those other challenges that existed, I found out too, The unknown, coming to South Africa. We're going to live in South Africa. We are leaving Derbyshire. We go, what's it like there, we've not been there before. But they're going and you ain't coming back. It's not going to be that easy to come back. Finding a wife. In our case, the ones that came out got married already in England. But the majority of people that came out at that time were males and no females. So they had to find wives. The wives were the local, as they said, Dutch folk, essentially Afrikaans people. So you got an English person, male, marrying a Dutch lady, which was all very good until the Anglo-Boer War came along, or a few other things, and then it started to get a bit rough, I think, for all of them. But my mom's grandparents, great-grandparents rather, John Meyer, he calls it Meyer, M-E-Y-E-R, the Afrikaans name, Meyer as we call it, and Amelia McMahon was Irish. So you can see in our family we have quite a number of, offshoots from various places and that. And then our Oudtshoorn. So they lived in Oudtshoorn, these guys. So I was going through the parish registers in Oudtshoorn at some point in time. And I kept seeing these McMara, Hanlon, all these English names in the parish register. What are these people? It's very Afrikaans. Oudtshoorn. Couldn't work out. Didn't know why. Until somebody smiled at me and said, they came out to fight against the Poms, against the British. So I said, why? They come from the same part of the world. So the Irish hate the English. So many of them came there. And of course there was a lot of encampment north there up towards Murraysburg. And so they came and fought against the English. And I'm very happy to do that, So there's still quite a strong influence in Oudtshoorn, believe it or not, of, Irish names that still exist to today. So Robert Cowley, my great-great-grandfather, he owned these farms in the Plettenbergbaai area. They've changed over the years in many ways. One was a macadamia nut farm, which surprised me somewhat, that you could make money out of a macadamia nut farm, but that was the case. A fair number of the grandchildren and that also became farmers with them in the Plet area. So this was just sort of about 7 k's out of Plettenbergbaai, these particular ones. This little church here, the St. Andrew's Church, which still exists, it was built of yellow wood, which my great-great-grandfather, he was one of the people that built it. It's a beautiful little church up near the golf course in Plettenbergbaai. And the guy that brought all these people out, the Newdigate family, he's buried here, William and Caroline, his wife there. And this is still used, this little church. It's absolutely beautiful. I think if I got married, I'd love to, I don't know about my wife, but I would have loved to have got married in a little church like that, A few people would need to stand outside, unfortunately. It's not that big, And then, people find ways of making money, and Robert did that as well. He bought a threshing machine at some point in time, and the farmers in the area would bring their wheat or their corn. I still don't know the difference between wheat, corn, and maize, which is what. And the soil down there in that area of the Southern Cape is actually not that fertile, even to today, and yet he made a success of that. And then my great-grandfather, Robert, he was Robert Jr., lived on the farm at Ritvlei, and this was a painting that was done of the farm, and that's in Plettenbergbaai as well. And then my grandfather, who I never knew, you could see he died a year before I was born, and his wife had died as well of a misdiagnosed brain tumor. I was looking for his baptism certificate. So I went to all of the churches in the Southern Cape, Plettenbergbaai, Knysna, Mossel Bay. Yeah, I went to all of them. Where did I go? I went to all the Anglican churches. That was my logic. And then until Anthony Cowley, the professor, said to me, have you checked the DRC registers, the Dutch Reformed Church registers? So I said, no, we're English. Why would they go there? He said, I bet you'll find it there. And in Knysna, I found it. There it is, DR Church in Knysna. That's where he got married, you know. Now, why did he get married there and not in the Anglican Church, the Church of England, which, as a result, I think, of a lot of the influence that came from the wives. Remember, his grandmother was a Van Rooyen. She was Afrikaans. So they had that mix in the family, you know. So, and the influence, the influence maybe came from the mother. Could well have been, or that was the church that they went to on a Sunday and whenever. So yeah, so that was a great relief that I actually found that, you know, and I just wondered where it was. And then in Plettenbergbaai, of course, got married, children. These are all Cowleys, except this guy. I don't know who this guy is, yeah. We were not able to place him, you know, this chap here. But these others, you can see they're all sort of similar age. And this is a Cowley too. Auntie Bertha, she was the school teacher at the school that was built by George Cowley, who was a brother of my Robert. Yeah, as the kids started popping out, I think they bred like rabbits in those days. There were so many of them. Yeah, two of George's daughters, this is one of them, yeah, were actually teachers as well at the school. So there was no school there, you know. There were very little things that did exist, and so eventually they managed he managed to build that school. Does anybody know what that is? Just put up your hand if you know what it is. There's one. Okay. One person, yeah? I mean, well, I would have been two. Because a friend of mine was in a bric-a-brac store, and he saw this thing, and he saw Arthur James Cowley. And he knew I was interested in history and everything, so he bought it. You know, I don't know what it cost him. It was just a bric-a-brac store. So obviously somewhere along the line, a member of family had disposed of this thing, and it was in this shop in Port Elizabeth, funnily enough, which is where he came from. It's loosely called the death penny. And everybody that was killed in the First World War was given one of these. Don't worry about the background there, that's got nothing to do. It's like a pennant, I call it a bronze plaque of condolence that was given to the family. So everyone that died got one of those. Henk, it's about that size, yeah. Roughly about that size. We knew he was one of our family members. We knew he died in the First World War, so there's no doubt that it's the same guy, you know. When I say no doubt, I can't trace it back to somebody who gave it sold it to the bric-a-brac store, or whatever it might be, and didn't feel they needed to keep it, you know. And yeah, they loosely call it the death penny. So that's something that was given to those people. And it wasn't only given to Brits, you know, it was given to South Africans. This one's a South African guy, Arthur James. He was fighting with one of the South African divisions in France. He was killed at the Battle of Somme. So it was anybody who was fighting for the English or Britain at that point in time in the First World War. So another interesting little thing that I picked up, and if I didn't know about this guy, I might have just cast it away to say, we don't know this guy. But we do. We know exactly who he is and whatever goes with it. Then this one here, Kenneth Cowley, he's the only guy in our family that I've found that played a bit of rugby. There were no other rugby players in our family. So I'm a freak then. And he was captured at Tobruk in North Africa during the Second World War, shipped off to Poland and then to Stalag 4 in Germany. The amazing thing, and we don't have one of them, is in the prisoner of war camp where they were in Germany, Stalag 4, had a hell of a lot of people in there, and most of them were Brits and Aussies and New Zealanders and Poms, and you know, there were a lot of those people. And so what happened was they decided they would play some rugby tests against each other. So they got all the Poms on one side, all the Brits or English on the one side, South Africans. They called him the Springbokken. All the people there said the Springbokken or the Springbokken. They all got together, and there was an Irish group, and there was a Welsh group as well, and South Africans. There were a lot of South Africans that were there, and he played scrum half in the team. So the Red Cross provided jerseys for them. Maybe not the same rugby jerseys like we see today, and they dyed them for them. So they were dyed bottle green, or green anyway, which is the color of the South African rugby team, the Springboks. And they dyed the New Zealand ones black. And these guys made a whole lot of little actual Springboks to sew onto these jerseys, which is what they did. And the Red Cross gave them some shorts as well, although they had their shorts, and then they played in their army boots. And they played these rugby tests, and it was a huge thing, because they had all the people were around there, and they continued playing this. You know, the first thing these guys do when they are prisoners of war is they try and find a way to escape. I mean, I think that's one of the rules of law, or it's not rules of law, but it's one of the things that people try and do is get out, so you can fight them again, you know. So they dig tunnels, and we know about all these things, you know. But these guys, I mean, they were stuck there. They were very secure. So they wanted to make their lives interesting, and that's what they did, amongst other things. And then this we've got in the family. This is a wooden, it's been with a knife, the whole thing is wood, a little matchbox. We couldn't work out why he'd done it in German. You know, why didn't he do it in English, which is what he was? And we don't know why. We just assume that he maybe took one, he saw it, and then just copied it, you know, and made it into this thing here, this matchbox. But I'd love to have had one of those rugby jerseys that they played in. But unfortunately, that was not forthcoming. Yeah. Okay, I'll finish off with this. Just to, you know, this is all very obvious for most people, but it's always nice to maybe put a few things down that you think about that could be beneficial to people. So for me, you know, for aspirant genealogists, which I'd say I'm one of them in a way, although I have quite a lot of experience with it, you know, join societies, WhatsApp, support groups and that, the World Wide Web, scan it, look at sites, you know, because much information is free. There's a lot of info that's actually you can acquire. But you've also got to remember and realize, you know, my names are Gavin Cowley. So, Gavin Selwyn Cowley, but Gavin Cowley. Now, if you Google Gavin Cowley, which I did once, I said, I wonder if there are any other Gavin Cowleys in the world. There are plenty. There's a whole lot of them. Those two names together is like you'd say, oh, that's not possible, but it is. So you've got to keep searching, you know, in many, many ways. That's what I learned from Professor Cowley, Anthony Cowley. Don't assume anything. Provide as much proof as you can. This is the reason why. And I actually did that with him, but it took a trip to Mossel Bay, scanning the parish registers, which were not at St. Peter's Church. They were in the museum where I was sent to, and I found some information which proved that one of the guys that came out here, who was born as the ship was actually crossing the equator, was George Poonah Cowley, P-O-O-N-A-H. Now, when I saw that, I said, this is unusual, an unusual name. And I said to Anthony, the professor, I said, Anthony, I'm almost certain that this has got nothing to do with our family. This name has come from somewhere else. And he said, well, show me. I said, okay, I'll try and find out. And so I went to them. I looked through the registers. There were 3 entries there for this guy. George, City of Puna Cowley, George Puna Cowley, and then George St. Puna Cowley. 3 baptism entries in a row like that. Okay, so which one will it be, you know? So anyway, I recorded the info, and I then started looking around, found out that the ship that they came out on was called the City of Puna. It's quite amazing. And he had a dual baptism, because he was baptized in Cape Town here when the ship landed, and then baptized again thereafter in the Plettenbergbaai area in Knysna. So why was he baptized here and there? And then I found that you know, because so many young kids in that died, and mothers too, in childbirth, there was a preoccupation with getting your child baptized as early as you could. So as soon as they landed here, you know, he was baptized at St. George's Church here, which I found that in the records too. So you find these things as you go along. Okay, I learned this from my mother. You know, is labeling and dating all photographs. How many photographs have you got? If you turn them to see who the names of the people are, and it's blank. In the older, I know with my parents, that they had plenty where, who's that guy there, you know? I don't know now. Both my mum and dad have passed on. And there's a picture of a guy in Oudtshoorn with a whole lot of other people and a Salvation Army suit. And I found out, I didn't know it was the Salvation Army. Who is he and why did he have that on? What role did he have with the Salvation Army? We don't know. We can never find out, maybe. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. Document your info. I'm going to finish with this because I want to tell you about it. I got a phone call from a guy. He spoke Afrikaans to me, and he had an Afrikaans surname. And he said to me, I hear that you are researching the Cowley family. Can you help me find my mother? And I've just forgotten his surname now, but let's just say it was Van Rooyen. And I said to him, sure, I'll try and if I can help, I will, yeah. But can you give me any info? He said, my mother's name was or is Catherine Cowley. So I said, okay. A lot of Catherine Cowleys that we have. Is she South African? Yeah, I believe so, he said. I said, do you know where she comes from? What part of South Africa? He said, Knysna. I said, okay. This is likely to be. I'll find out for you. Took his phone number, looked for it, found it. Found his mother. I then did a little bit of research before I went back to him and found out that she had had this boy when she was 16 years of age. He was immediately orphaned, you know, once she had delivered the child. And she never saw him again, and he never saw her again. He was close to 50 years of age. I then found something else that I didn't immediately share with him, but she had another child, a daughter, with another surname. It was adopted by whoever it was. And Catherine Cowley never married, but she was still alive. And so I went back to, Philip was his first name, called him Philip van Rooyen, and I gave him all the information. He started crying over the phone, you know, he was beside himself, you know. And I said, yeah, Philip, you know, you've got to, this is where she's living, this is what she's doing, you know, she's quite old now. And I got them together, all 3 of them. And you know, I said to myself, you know, if there's anything I do in the world, helping others is so, so important. I could help him, you know, just through the fact that I had an interest and a fair knowledge of genealogy, or enough of it, to be able to help this guy. I mean, he was beside himself, you know. So they were connected, you know. And if that's just one of the little things that you can do with all the info that you have of your families, you know, to help others and enjoy their lives, you know, in some form or another. Don't forget about, you know, this book that that you saw the cover of there. How much do you think it cost me to actually do that book, print that book and that. In other words, the hard costs of it. You know, you'll fall on your back. It probably cost me about 15,000 rand, which quite honestly is nothing for a book of that size. It weighs a kilogram, you know, there's a huge amount of info in there, and obviously my time is not costed into that. Just the hard costs of that. So it's not difficult, you know, with DTP, with desktop publishing these days, it's not difficult to do books. You know, you can, and then you've got that recorded information. And at the very least, if you're not doing that, at least have it digitally saved up somewhere where you've got all that information that can be passed on. Because you don't know at what point in time your grandchildren, you know, your great-grandchildren might have an interest in genealogy, and there's the info that can be provided to them. And then South African history. South African history is valuable. It is so valuable. It is so diverse, as we know. You know, we've had our ups, we've had our downs, whatever it might be, but there's so much there that you can find out. So my grandfather that died the year before I was born, I couldn't work out what was he doing in Thomas River. Now, none of you have probably heard of Thomas River. Thomas River is near Cathcart. Yeah. So what the hell is he doing there? They'd left Plettenbergbaai and they were in, my dad told me, my dad said he was frightened one day by the thunder and lightning, which he recalls, and he ran to his mom in Thomas River. Okay, so what was he doing? He was a shopkeeper. He had a shop. So he was there, then the next minute he was in Patterson, Sandflats, which is a bit closer towards Port Elizabeth, Alexandria, that all small little places. What the heck was he doing there? And my dad didn't know. You know, my dad was a little guy then. If you know South African history, you know that you've heard of navies. Do you know what a navvy is? It's a guy constructing the railroad. And the railroad was being built up there from Port Elizabeth up to the reef, discovery of diamonds and gold and all that sort of stuff, and from the Cape. And these navies were building. And the shop in Thomas River was serviced essentially by my grandfather for the navies. He had lots of beer in there as well, because they loved their beer after a day's work. And then once they'd gone, which would take a while, by the way, he would then move his shop to another place where the navies were building the railroad, you know, as they go up. Because I couldn't work out, you know, why did we have family living in Murraysburg? Now, I don't know if you know where Murraysburg is, but it's like almost an entity, you know. And a lot of this had to do, in fact, with the construction of the railways as they were going up. So you find out so much, and that's part of the South African history. And then lastly, as I say to you here, you know, never give up. Don't give up. But try and also always adopt a lateral thinking process. Don't always assume it's like this, because sometimes there's a curveball here and a curveball there. Okay, thank you so much for granting me the time to come and chat to you today. I hope you found that interesting enough. And I've probably gone way over the time, Henk, so my apologies for that. But it's lovely to be here with like-minded people. So thank you very much for your attention.
Gavin, I love that journey because genealogy is like going on a holiday almost. It's a journey. Yeah. But I'm going to ask your friend to say thank you. You want? Yeah, but come on, yeah, there may be many questions, but I've got a simple question.
Yeah.
One of those, I have an interest in buildings. One of those cottages or homes in Derbyshire had a little cubicle attached to it on the one gable end wall. There's a chimney and there's this little glass cubicle. Often wondered what was there, because you don't find houses like that in South Africa.
No, you don't. And sometimes there was nothing there. And it was something that was added on or, you know, taken away or whatever. And if you look at the front door on that picture there as well, you know, it's a covered area. So why have they got that? Dit reën in Engeland, ou maat. Elke dag. So it's not that easy, yeah. Okay, well there's some help on. There's some very learned people here today. Nice to know.
I also have a
Simone?
question. Wait, I will. Okay, you go first.
Just give the microphone. Yeah, I'll give.
It's okay.
Sorry, Gavin. Your uncle Kenneth, did he survive the war?
That uncle.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he was shipped back to South Africa via England.
Oh, yeah.
So when the war ended, all the prisoners of war were brought, in this case, were brought back to England.
Yes.
He scurried off to go and see his roots because he didn't know where our family, he hadn't been there, to Bredsall.
Yeah.
And then they were shipped back down here. There were quite a few members of our family that fought in the Second World War.
I have a second question. You know, from 18 something. No,
Yeah, 18 something.
no.
It's a long time, 18.
Sorry. You know, there was and there were English monks that worked in Cape Town.
Yes,
They were called the Cowley Fathers.
that's right.
Yeah. And they were here until 1964.
Yeah,
And there's a house named after them, Cowley House.
that's right.
And they built St. Philip's Church in Cape Town.
Quite right.
Yes.
Yeah,
And they also built the Anglican Church in Langa, St. Cyprian's.
okay.
And another church in Nyanga,
I didn't know that.
which
Yeah?
is Holy Cross. And they worked for almost 80 years in Tsolo, in the Eastern Cape.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Why I'm saying to you that I didn't know about this or did know about that is that they were not part of our family. Those were Cowleys from Oxford,
Yes.
north of London.
Now I wanted to ask, is there any link between those fathers and
My family.
yes?
No.
No.
No, they
Okay.
were completely separate. You know, the name Cowley, you'd think, oh, there are not many of them around in England. But there are a lot of
Yeah.
Cowleys. There are lots of them, you know.
Yes.
And those Cowleys were not from our family. No, they were from London, from Oxford.
Cowley is an industrial town.
Yeah.
A few kilometers outside of Oxford.
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they have a house there, St. Stephen's house. It's a monastery,
Okay.
and they
From the
train
Cowley
Anglican
fathers.
clergy there.
Okay. I haven't seen
Yeah.
it. I didn't know about it. I knew where they came from, but not much more than that, yeah.
Okay.
Then can I give you that? Don't.
I had the same experience as you. There's a website, Waar in die Wêreld.
Waar in die wêreld?
Yeah, and they're looking for missing people.
Yeah.
There was a woman looking for a sister brought my surname. So I brought the two together, and I had a similar experience where they were crying on the phone. You could hardly hear.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. The other thing, I just want to be speaking to Paul about the Salvation Army
Yeah.
person that you're looking for. Paul is an expert on that.
Okay. Yeah. I'll chat to you about that, Paul, as well, because I'll show you the picture too. That was Oudtshoorn, you know. I never got the answers, but apparently you'll know straight away when you look at it. You know the Salvation Army uniform.
There was a Salvation Army church in Oudtshoorn.
Oh, there was a. I'll chat to you later about that. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Hi, Evan. Short comment, that guy who picked up that he was adopted at the age of 50 because the records most probably only opened then. So he got information of his adoption.
Yeah.
Most probably, I don't know, you'll have to check that back with him, or unless he searched all over and found himself in a baptismal, maternity record. Because those registers are kept.
You know, thank you for that. Yeah, I never actually asked him, you know, I didn't say to him, well, where did you get my name from and how did you do whatever you do? Yeah. Good, now I understand that. I mean, I learned that from Yucca and them, you know, in terms of what information you can get and can't get and what you need to do. So, as you say, those things, a lot of things are protected. I don't know the answer to that. Really quite interesting question. Anyway. We managed to connect them. Thank heavens for that, you know.
I just want to ask a simple question. Where did you consult the records of the Mormon Church?
At the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
When?
Where?
In Main Road. This side up towards Observatory. Main Road, in Cape Town? Mowbray. So no, it wouldn't have been Mowbray, or would it be Mowbray? All I can tell you is if you drive along that road, it was on the left-hand side, the University of Cape Town's up there, and I'm not quite Claremont, I think it's more this way, more to sort of towards Observatory, closer to Observatory, the one that I went to. Maybe there are other ones too. Rosebank, that's where it is, Rosebank. I don't know if it's still, this is a long time ago, it's probably 14, 15 years ago. That.
Because I used to see the records in Khoisan and other places, but I don't know where they are now.
Okay. No, I don't know. All I remember those microfiche things that you would go through there, you know, reams and reams of them. And the people there were very, very helpful. Because I came armed with no information at all, you know.
Now, I was working there in Khoisan Genealogical Institute.
Okay.
When they were actually photographing the records, it was wonderful.
Yeah. It was a great start, but quite a laborious one. Had a lot of work to do.
Okay, I've got. Wil jy nog iets gesê het? Okay, I've got a comment and a question before I officially thank you. Comment, your Van Rooyen ancestors, especially the Southern Cape ones, speak to Gina Shepherd.
Yes.
Because she's also got Van Rooyen blood, and she's done Van Rooyen genetic medical DNA, and she's working a lot on those Van Rooyens there, and familial traits, cause of death, etc., etc.
She's actually told me that, or a lot of what you just said now. She's such a helpful person and she's so knowledgeable. So thank you for that,
And then my question, also medically related, you're obviously also sort of interested in that part of it, but when you said they were in lead mining, my professional brain went ding, 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 ding. Lead poisoning. Have you ever researched the effects of lead poisoning and how that could have impacted on your family?
Didn't even consider it. I didn't think of that. And now that you've sparked something, because I've heard of that before, to what extent it devastates you or how it affects you.
It's very bad.
Yeah, I understand can be, but I don't know enough about it. That's probably exactly right.
Hold on.
So he would have owned them maybe in Derbyshire, but he wouldn't have worked them. The workers, so he may not have been touched directly with lead.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, that's a very good point, that. But how can I prove that? You tell me what I got to do to prove that. No, look, a lot of it, and again, the medical stuff. I mean, as I say, I try and be very careful. I'm not a doctor, so, but I'm always thirsting for information because maybe that is a very, very valid point. Thank you, Simone. It's in my memory bank now. I'll find out.
Anyway, guys, I've known Gavin since, when was that AGM in Southern Cape? Where you first spoke?
Probably 10 years ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. And I was starstruck and also impressed with his knowledge, his research, and as a speaker. And then previously he spoke here. And then last year Gina asked me, Gina is the editor of Familie, and I'm part of the committee. And she sends out a list of articles, and then all the editors can choose which article they want to edit. So Gavin's name was on the list, and I said to Gina, thank you, I will have that. So I had the advance copy of his article that was published in Familie, and I've been on Hink's case since then to get you back as a speaker. So I'm very glad it finally happened. And just one little other interesting thing. You said, genealogy for your grandchildren. And then you mentioned you have a street named after you. That will be invaluable for your grandchildren. My great-grandfather has a street named after him in Baie. And lovely. I mean, it is such a big thing in our family. And we all have pictures of that street, and it is just family pride.
Brilliant.
So, well done. And lastly, you are not an aspiring genealogist. You are a genealogist because you've published a book. I've yet to do that.
You never stop learning, eh, Simone? So, yeah.
So, Gavin, just a little something for you.
And give me a hug.
Oh, always. Such a good-looking man. I will hug any time. And there's something for you.
Oh, you shouldn't have worried about that. Thank you. Let me do that. Let's do that.
Oh, I want a copy of this picture.
That's not for you, that's for your wife.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Thank you very much.
Baie dankie. En nou Daniel geloop. Hoe gaan jy nou gou die tiekie drink? Ja, en ons moet ons bene rek ook nou 'n slag, jy weet. Goed, vasbyt. Hoe laat wil jy hulle terug hê? Kwart oor 11. Jy wil 11:15.
I'm sorry.
Sharp.
welkom terug by die, dit is eintlik nog deel van die eerste deel. Ons het 'n bietjie rondgespring met tee en koffiebreek. Baie welkom by die eerste bekendstelling in Suid-Afrika van windvogel en kipido, die herkoms en betekenis van Nederlands klinkende Khoisan-vanne in Suid-Afrika. En ons is besonder bevoorreg en geëerd om hier by ons te hê vandag die skrywer Miriam Grootscholten. Hartlike dank. En die vertaler Daniel Hugo en die uitgewer Turks-Vy Publikasies Marlene Malan. Hartlike handeklap. En ons spesiale gas is die vrou van Bart de Graaff, Connie, baie welkom. Ek weet dit is na in jou hart. Bart se hart met Afrikaans en Afrika geklop. So dis 'n voorreg om die heel eerste bekendstelling hier by Sasnef te kan doen en ons is bevoorreg regtig. Nou die identiteitssoeke is waaroor dit gaan. En ons kyk hier vandag na die Khoisan en die Khoisan, daar's verskillende beskrywings vir die versamelterm. Maar ons kyk na mense in Suid-Afrika van die eerste inwoners van Afrika, in Suidelike Afrika, en dan ook die slawe impak. Wat was die slawe en wie was hulle wat na Suid-Afrika gekom het en wie van hierdie bevolkingsgroepe se vanne wat op Nederlandse vanne na klink, waar kom dit vandaan en wat is hierdie Nederlandse vanne? Die historiese en kulturele bande van hierdie gemeenskappe in Suid-Afrika met die koloniale verlede van Nederland word in hierdie boek in die kolle gestel. Maar wie was Bart de Graaff, vra miskien een of twee van julle vir ons. Hy was 'n historikus, joernalis en 'n groot kenner van die Afrikaans sprekende gemeenskappe van Khoisan afkoms in Suid-Afrika en ook Namibië. Hy het 2 boeke oor die onderwerp die lig laat sien. Ware mense in 2017 en Barends die vergete kaptein van Daniels kuil in 2019. Nou Miriam is 'n letterkundige en sy het pas vertel haar kollega was verlede week hier by ons. Agnes is die regte uitspraak waarskynlik. Is 'n letterkundige wat spesialiseer in fiksie en nie fiksie van Wes- en Suid-Afrika. Sy resenseer boeke vir onder meer afrikanews.nl en op die oomblik is sy werksaam as navorser en dosent in Nederlands as tweede taal. Nou ek gaan nie so lank uitgebrekte CV gee oor Daniel Hugo nie, want ek dink ons gaan 'n paar dae besig wees. Hy is die grootste vertaler Nederlandse bronne na Afrikaans ek seker in die wêreld, Daniel. In die heelal. Daar het julle dit. Hy is 'n bekroonde Afrikaanse digter, ongelooflik bekend, 'n vertaler, bloemleser en redakteur. Sy loopbaan strek oor verskeie dekades wat met die skryf van poësie, sy werk as radioomroeper wat almal baie goed ken en gaan hoor nou flissies, en die vertaling van talle werke uit Nederlands. Hy werk tans as vryskut vertaler en digter. Is 'n oud kollega, hy was 'n groot baas hier by Huis der Nederlande en ek, Erika Barnard, is die persoon wat hom opgevolg het en ek sukkel nou om sy groot skoene vol te hou na 15 jaar by Sasnef. Dis vir my 'n voorreg om julle hier te hê vandag en ek hoop julle geniet dit en soos julle weet, die tyd stap aan, maak julle tuis en geniet dit. Harde hande klap. Ja.
Ja, Erika, baie dankie. Dit is altyd lekker om hier te wees. En dit is vandag vir my veral lekker om te praat met Miriam Grootscholten, medeskrywer van hierdie boek, saam met Bart de Graaff. Bart het 'n jaar gelede, 'n bietjie meer as 'n jaar gelede in Maart 2024 Suid-Afrika besoek en hy is toe ook onverwags hier oorlede. Miriam, jy moes toe nou die manuskrip voltooi, dit was byna voltooi as ek dit reg onthou, maar daar was nog heel wat werk aan te doen. En wat ons nou eintlik dus vandag doen hier is om Bart se lewe te vier met die bekendstelling van hierdie boek.
Ja.
Miriam, hoe het dit gekom dat jy met Bart saamwerk?
Ja, ik heb Bart ontmoet in het Zuid-Afrika-huis. Ik ga Nederlands praten. Ik praat heel rustig. Als u het niet begrijpt, vraag het maar even. Ik heb Bart ontmoet in het Zuid-Afrika-huis in Amsterdam, waar ik woon. Ik heb hem aangesproken omdat ik boeken van hem had gerecenseerd. Ik had daarover geschreven. En wij raakten aan de praat over onderzoek doen, over Zuid-Afrika, over schrijven, over slavernij, over allemaal dingen die mijn passie ook zijn. Dus Bart vond het ook heel erg leuk om als historicus, een Neerlandicus, ik ben letterkundige, erbij te hebben. Wij kijken anders. En zo zijn wij samen aan het werk gegaan.
Ja.
Ja.
Dus het is niet de eerste keer dat je in Zuid-Afrika komt, nee?
Nee, dit is niet de eerste keer. Ik heb Nederlands gestudeerd in Utrecht, Nederlandse taal en letterkunde. En ik heb mijn masteronderzoek in Stellenbosch gedaan. En dat onderzoek was naar het verdwijnen van het Nederlands en het standaardiseren van het Afrikaans, dus rond 1900. En wat er nog voor belangstelling was in die tijd voor Nederlandse literatuur. Daar heb ik een onderzoek toen naar gedaan.
Wanneer was dit?
Ik weet het niet meer. Ik heb geen geheugen voor jaartallen, ik weet het echt niet meer.
20, 30 jaar geleden?
Ja, 20, 30, zoiets.
En kan je onthou wie jou professor, jou studieleier hier was?
Hier in
in Zuid-Afrika?
Niet echt, ik heb alleen hulp gekregen van Siegfried Huygen. En dat is een vriend van mij en hij begeleidde mijn onderzoek, niet inhoudelijk, maar hij hielp mij met allerlei dingen. En ik had in Utrecht ook een professor die mij hielp online, dus dat was meer inhoudelijk.
Ja, so jy is nie net 'n letterkundige nie, maar eintlik ook 'n taalhistoricus dan, wat Afrikaans betreft.
Ja, in Nederlands ben ik historisch letterkundige, maar historisch is einde van de historie. Ik ben bijna moderne letterkundige, dus het einde 19e eeuw, zo. Ik zag laat, ja.
Ek sien. Goed, het jy van die begin af saamgewerk met Bart aan hierdie boek?
Ja, zeker. Ja. Wij waren begonnen met een onderzoek naar Goliath IJzerbek, de Koranna's en de landonteigening door de Berlijnse zendelingen. En wij kwamen op een zijpad met die namen. En zo zijn wij op het idee gekomen, Bart vooral, want hij kende heel veel namen, om dit onderzoek eerst te gaan doen. Ook vanwege de identiteitsvinding van Khoisan. En dit was nooit gedaan. En als je weet wat jouw naam betekent, je weet waar je naam vandaan komt, weet je veel beter wie jij bent. Dus daar wilden wij een bijdrage in leveren.
Ja. Nou, watter criteria het julle gehad om die namen te kies wat in die boek staan?
Ja, nou, we hadden een grote lijst gemaakt van ongeveer 150 namen. En die kwamen heel veel uit historische reisbeschrijvingen, heel veel uit gesprekken van Bart. Bart kende heel veel namen. We zijn gaan zoeken als een naam bijna niet voorkwam, heel weinig naamdragers, dan hebben we hem niet opgenomen. We hebben sommige namen, die waren gewoon heel grappig. Die vond ik heel leuk, die heb ik wel opgenomen. Zo'n naam als Labberlot. Ik denk niet, misschien kent niemand die, maar hij komt best veel voor. Dat is dus dat. Ja, dus verschillende, kijken of een naam veel voorkomt en wat we konden vinden daarvan.
Ja,
en alleen Nederlands klinkende namen, hè? Dus dus niet de Engelse.
Sommige namen komen direct uit Nederland.
Ja.
En is hier voortgezet. Andere namen is het hier ontstaan, maar het klinkt naar Nederlands. Want die Khoi mense het baie gou begin Nederlands-Afrikaans praat natuurlijk, want hulle moes met die VOC onderhandel. En dit was die VOC se taal geweest. Ja. En dan is daar name ook wat vertaal is uit die inheemse Khoi en San tale in Nederlands of Afrikaans dan. En dan is daar, as ek reg nou onthou, is daar nog 'n vierde bron vir hierdie name, dit is slawenname.
Ja.
wat dan later ook familiename geword het. Eintlik voorname van slawe wat familiename geword het.
Ja.
En dan ook natuurlik stamname, wat ook uiteindelik familiename kon word.
Ja.
Het ek het reg?
Heel goed, ja. Het lijkt of je het gelezen hebt.
Ja, die boek het natuurlijk oorspronkelijk in Nederlands verskyn. En dit lyk so, hy is 'n bietjie van 'n groter formaat. En ek het dit toe vertaal en nou is daar natuurlik die Afrikaanse boek. Wie het die boek in Nederland uitgegee?
Het is uitgegeven door het Afrika Studiecenter in Leiden. Dat is van de Universiteit Leiden. Die hebben een wetenschappelijke uitgeverij. En die hebben dat gedaan. Ik heb ook hulp gehad van iemand van het Afrika Studiecentrum. Dat was van Harry Wels, professor. Die werkt op de VU, op de Vrije Universiteit. Maar hij werkte ook bij het Afrika Studiecenter. En die heeft het hele proces van het maken van een boek begeleid. Dus niet inhoudelijk, maar wel van nou, we gaan nu een redacteur. Dus het is echt wetenschappelijk uitgegeven met 2 onafhankelijke reviewers. Met allemaal commentaar, en met een redacteur. Dus het is helemaal...
Ja, dit is van opzet is het 'n academische publicasie, maar dit is bijzonder leesbaar. Ja, ek weet, want ek het dit gelees, ja.
Ja.
Miskien kan ons er net so 'n voorsmaak gee van wat die boek behels. Daar's nou 'n hele lys name, ek het nou nie getel hoeveel nie, altesaam opgeneem is, alfabeties gerangskik in die boek, van Adonis tot by Yzerbek, waar die gesprek begin het. Dit is Goliath Yzerbek, wat ook voorkom in die boek Ware Mense van Bart. Daar is 'n hele hoofstuk oor Goliath Yzerbek daar. Miskien kan ek net die eerste inskrywing lees daar. Dit is baie kort oor Adonis, net om 'n idee te gee van die opset van hierdie boek, want al die hoofstukke is volgens dieselfde patroon of dieselfde template eintlik gemaak. Daar is ook voetnote. Elke ding wat daar staan word bewys deur 'n voetnoot en agterin is daar 'n enorme bronnelys ook. Adonis, vroegste vermeldings in die argiewe. Op 13 Januarie 1825 trou Agnes Adonis in Groenekloof met August Willems. Groenekloof is dan daar by Genadendal, dink ek.
Zou kunnen, daar kwamen heel veel vandaan.
Ja, in die Oeverberg. In 1835 sterf Solomon Adonis in Uitenhage, Graaf Renet. Hy was 'n waarmaker. Free Black staan tussen hakies agter sy naam. In 1838 trou Kose Adonis met Hanna Stuurman in die distrik Albany. Persons of Color word vermeld. So die bronne is natuurlik Nederlandse bronne en Engelse bronne. Die naam Adonis kom nie voor in die naamlys van slawe in koopaktes van 1658 tot 1725 nie, maar wel in kombinasie met slawename soos November Adonis of September Adonis. In die slaweregisters van Suriname kom die naam wel dikwels voor. En dan betekenis. Adonis is 'n figuur uit die Griekse en Fenisiese mitologie. Die naam van hierdie godheid kom van die Fenisiese Adon, wat heer beteken. Adonis, 'n buitengewoon mooi jongman, was die geliefde van Afrodite, oftewel Venus. Dit is die soort inligting wat 'n mens dan nou kry in hierdie boek. Nou, onmiddellik wat my hier opval is 2 dinge. Die eerste is slaweregisters in Suriname. Met ander woorde, julle het ook vergelyking getref met die naamlyste wat in Suriname voorkom.
Ja, het is in Nederland was het vorig jaar slavernijherdenking en er werd heel veel aandacht besteed aan de slavernij, de transatlantische slavernij, dus met Suriname. Maar de slavernij in Zuid Afrika werd eigenlijk bijna genegeerd. En de namen van slaven komen heel vaak overeen. En daarom hebben we gekeken ook van, komt die naam ook voor op lijsten van Suriname? Hè? Dus waar komt die, of in Nederland in de archieven, of daar, snap je? Dus dat hebben we allemaal vergeleken met elkaar.
Ja, het is natuurlijk niet die slawe se oorspronklike name nie. Dit is die name wat aan hulle gegee is deur die VOC en die handelaars, die baase.
Ja.
Het so veral die maandname dan. November Adonis, September Adonis. Agterin is daar 'n hele afdeling met maandname. En dit was meestal slawename.
Ja, er was een, ik weet niet meer wie het was, van Reden of zo. Iemand die kocht in 1 keer de hele kalender. Hij kocht slaven januari, februari, maart. Een week later kocht hij april, mei, juni. Nee, april niet.
Ja,
Alle maanden, behalve april, want die komt wel voor, maar hij kocht hem niet. Ja, heel bijzonder.
Dit was Willem Adriaan van der Stel,
Ja, van der Stel was
wat die
dat.
slawe gekoop het tussen 1699 en 1700.
Ja.
So hy was natuurlik die gouverneur.
Ja.
Of wat hulle sê genoem kommandeur, ek kan nie onthou nie, gouverneur seker aan die Kaap. So hy het genoeg geld gehad om soveel slawe te kon koop, die hele jaar vol. Maar waarom is die slawe die name gegee, die maandname? Dat ek het 'n mite gehoor, miskien is dit waar, dat dit is volgens die maand waarin die slaweskip aan die Kaap aangekom het, dan is al die slawe volgens die maand genoem, maar dit klinkt niet voor mij.
Dat kan bijna niet. Nee, ik weet het niet. Het zijn kijk, de Afrikaanse namen waren uit de West-Afrikaanse landen. Die waren veel te moeilijk en die onthielden ze niet. Dus het was wel gemakzucht van de Nederlanders. Maar waarom namen van weken en maanden en nee, dat weet ik echt niet.
Wat er namen?
Dat is wel het leuke hè, van dit, want wat wij ook zeggen, dit is een aanzet. Dit onderzoek is nu pas voor het eerst gedaan. Dus eigenlijk kan er nog veel meer onderzocht worden. Dit is een leuke vraag.
Het ik hem al gevraagd. Gaan dit verder onderzoek worden?
Ik hoop het. Ik weet niet of ik het ga doen, maar ja.
Want dit hangt natuurlijk samen met die belangstelling voor hierdie onderwerp in Nederland, want die geld zal daar vandaan moet komen. Ik twijfel of dit hier in Zuid-Afrika zomaar zal komen. Hier wordt geld op andere dingen spandeer. Maar is daar zoveel belangstelling in Nederland in hierdie soort onderwerp?
Nou, academisch wel. Maar verder is het tamelijk marginaal. Het is wel nu met de slavernij dat het wat meer duidelijk wordt dat er ook in Zuid-Afrika toch wel slavernij was. Mensen dachten heel lang dat het alleen de West-Indische Compagnie was die slavenhandel dreef. Maar het was ook de VOC natuurlijk.
Ja,
dus dat komt nu duidelijker. En Nederlanders zijn wel een beetje, ja, hoe zeg je dat netjes? Nou ja, hypocriet. Dat zij als het een link heeft met Nederland, dan wordt het wel weer interessant. Zo van, Nederlands klinkende, maar was het niet Nederlands dan? Maar wat is dan Nederlands? Dan gaan Nederlanders zich wel meer interesseren.
Ja, hypocriet, schijnheilig.
Ja.
Hier ergens het 'n syfer gestaan, iets so 60.000 slawe altesaam het in die VOC-tyd na die Kaap gekom.
Ja, als Nederlanders iets doen, doen ze het wel goed, ja.
Deeglik dan gedoen, ja. Is daar enige van hierdie name wat jou besonder geïnteresseerd het?
Jeetje. Ja, een heleboel. Ik vond Labberlot heel bijzonder. En mag ik daar wat over vertellen?
Ja, alsjeblieft. Ja.
Even kijken of ik hem heb. We hadden een lijst van het Korps Pandoeren uit 1793.
Wat was die Korps Pandoeren?
Ja, het korps. Er is iemand die had een masterscriptie gemaakt, ene de Villiers. En dat is uit 1969 nota bene. En dat heet de Hottentot-regimenten aan de Kaap van 1781 tot 1806. En daar staan al die naamlijsten in.
Ja, dit was dan die kooi-mensen wat soldaten was in dienst van die VOC.
Ja. Of gedros waren. Dat staat er ook, er is ook een lijst van. En er staat dus 2 maal een Jan Labberlot op die lijsten. En de naamlijst van het Korps Vrije Hottentotten van 1803 vermeldt die naam 3 keer. Koert, Hans en Frederik Labberlot. En Labberlot, nou ik ga niet het hele stuk voorlezen, dat is een beetje veel, maar het werkwoord labberen betekent zich slap bewegen. Dat was dus iemand die eigenlijk goed voor niks was. En slordig, onachtzaam persoon. Dat is eigenlijk de betekenis. In het Duitse dialect is het labbern. En dat betekent slap hangen, onzinnig gepraat uitslaan. Dus dat was niet echt een compliment. In Nederland kwam de naam ook voor, maar ook in Amsterdam heb ik gevonden in 1695 en in 1702 waren er 2 vrouwen in de misdaad- en strafregisters, met de bijnaam Labberlot, Cornelia Klaassen, alias K. Labberlot, en Geertruid Lucassen, alias Trui Labberlot. En dat waren waarschijnlijk prostituees, die kans is groot. En,
Dit is een prostitute.
Oh ja, is dat een ander woord bij jullie?
Ja, dus,
maar het wordt dus een naam, in Witboy, Labberlot.
So dis eintlik nou 'n soort skelnaam wat 'n agternaam wat 'n familienaam geword het.
Ja.
Want as ook ander sulke name soos 'n dikkop.
Ja.
Byvoorbeeld en wat is daar nog so 'n hele aantal name wat sekerlik nie as 'n compliment bedoel is nie, maar wat dan uiteindelik tog aangeneem is as 'n familienaam.
Net als slaparm, bloedoog.
Ja, bloedoog. Ja, dat is 'n vrou met die naam.
Familienaam geworden.
Ja, dat was in die registers is daar opgeteken 'n vrou met die naam Mossie Bloedoog. Ja.
Ja.
Ja, mense het vreemde name gekry.
Een beetje vreemd, ja.
En hier is ook die naam Springbok kom ook hier voor. Dit is dan waarskynlik 'n vertaling van die oorspronklike Khoi stamnaam.
Er zijn veel namen die echt een vertaling zijn van de oorspronkelijke stamnamen. Ook zoals, had ik nog even uitgezocht, skerpioen en zeekoei. Dat zijn echt vertalingen van Koranna-woorden. En dat konden de kolonisten helemaal niet uitspreken. Ja. Dus dat is vertaald geworden.
Ons het op Prins Albert 10 jaar lang gewoon en ons is een aand uitgenooi na die prysuitdeling van die hoërskool daar. En dan word al die kinders se name uitgeroep. Die hele skool, elke een in die skool het 'n prys gekry. So ons kon al die name hoor. En een van die interessantste name wat ons die aand gehoor het was Mona Lisa Springbok. Ja. Dit was toch merkwaardig. Ik het soveel dinge om te vra. Laat ek dit vra. In watter argiewe het jy oral gaan rondkrap? Was dit alles aanlyn of kon jy ook fisies gaan na argiewe?
Nou ja, ik was in Amsterdam, en, dus alles is aanlijn gegaan. Maar je kan heel veel vinden in de site van de Mormonen, de Family Search. Via Family Search kwam ik gewoon in archieven. Ik heb gewoon het doopboek van slavenkinderen van de compagnie. Opeens was ik daar gewoon in. Dat vond ik echt shocking. Je kan alles vinden. Dus
dit was nou nie op die Mormoonse blad wat jy dit gevind het nie. Was dit op die Mormoonse blad?
Van Family Search.
Ja.
Maar als je in Family Search namen intikt en je zegt een jaartal en Zuid Afrika en wat voor document je wil, overlijdensakte, geboorteakte, dan kom je via omweg kom je in dat archief gewoon. Dus ik zit in het archief van de kerk, in het archief van de slavendoopboeken, alles. Die archieven kun je in. En daarnaast had ik die lijsten wat ik net vertelde, van die masterscriptie van die korpse Hottentotten. We hadden nog de First 50 Years Project. Daar staan heel veel namen in die je ook weer terug kan leiden. Dat waren wel de belangrijkste. Nog iets van Klaus Dirks, dat is meer richting Namibië. Die heeft ook aanlijn een hele lijst met namen. Even snel, ik denk dat dat de belangrijkste waren. Ja.
Waarom zou die Mormonen so belangstel in genealogie? Het dit 'n godsdienstige rede?
Bij mij?
Nee, bij die Mormonen.
Oh, die Mormonen. Nee, die Mormonen die willen de hele wereld in hun systeem hebben. Die willen alle mensen gewoon in hun website. Ik weet niet wat dat is. Een soort controledrift, denk ik. Ik weet het echt niet. Nee, maar dat is heel bijzonder wel. Ja, zij willen ze willen alle archieven. Ik weet het niet, maar het is erg handig. Ja.
Nou, jy het nou verwys daarna die dokument wat jy daar gekry het, die naamlys daar, waarvan daar 'n foto hier afgedruk is, maar daar's ook foto's van mense met die agternaam
Ja.
wat behandel word in hierdie boek. Die foto's is geneem deur Geert Snoeier.
Ja.
En van daardie foto's verskyn ook hier in Ware Mense. Vertel ons iets van daardie projek van Geert Snoeier.
Geert heeft samen met Bart gewerkt aan het boek Ware Mensen. Hij heeft portretten gemaakt van heel veel Khoisan. En hij heeft later daar een project Verlanders van gemaakt. En dat project ging voornamelijk over mensen buiten die nog Nederlands bloed hebben. Zoals bastards bijvoorbeeld. Maar ook mensen in Australië en ook in Indonesië, Molukken. Dus die mengvormen en die foto's, dat project, dat mocht Bart en ik dus ook van Geert, mochten wij die foto's gebruiken. En die foto's hebben ook heel lang in het kasteel gehangen hier in Kaapstad. En ik denk dat ze nog te zien zijn daar. Het zijn hele mooie portretten, hè?
Ja, dit is, hier op die voorblad van Ware Mense is Dirk Philander.
Ja, die is ook in hier.
Hy staan ook in die boek, ja.
Ja.
Nou, voor ons vir die gehoor kans gee om vrae te stel, is daar nog iets wat ons moet sê.
Iets nog wat ik moet zeggen?
Ja.
Even denken hoor. Ja, het is, je zei dat het boek voor het grootste deel al af was toen Bart overleed. Dat is niet waar. Maar Bart heeft natuurlijk wel de basis gelegd. En ik zeg, ja, er was een schrijver uit Mali, Amadou Hampâté Bâ. En hij zei, als een oude man sterft, brandt een bibliotheek af. Bart was niet oud, maar er is wel een bibliotheek afgebrand.
Ja, dit is waar. Ja, die laatste keer wat ons hom gesien het, was hier in Kaapstad. Ons het in 'n restaurant geëet, daar by Moliepunt. En ons het die aand juis gepraat oor die boek. En hy was op daardie stadium besig om navorsing te doen oor die naam windvogel.
Ja.
Waar dit windvogel vandaan sou kom en of dit verband hou met wintervogel byvoorbeeld ensovoorts.
Ja.
En ons het lank daaroor gepraat en langs ons het 'n man aan tafel gesit alleen. En toe die man opstaan om te gaan, toe kom staan hy by ons tafel en sê, hy het lanklaas so 'n interessante gesprek afgeluister.
Ja, kan ik me voorstellen, ja. Ja, prachtig. Ja.
Vra asseblief. Daar agter is 'n vraag.
Ik krijg te slappen.
Terwille van die opname, gee ons vir jou graag die microfoon.
Nou, jy het nou 'n paar maal die naam Labberlot met 'n dubbel B genoem, maar hy bestaan nog as vier, Labberlot met 'n V. Ja. En wat die B dubbel B het 'n V geword vir een of ander rede.
Ja, die B4 wisseling, klankwisseling kom dikwels voor, ja.
Ek het nou net skielik begin dink van die name wat in Suriname en ook hier voorkom. Toe slawerny in Nederland afgeskaf is, die mense het nog in die ooste slawe gehad. En as hulle hier by die Kaap verbykom, het hulle die slawe hier verkoop. So dit kan familie van mekaar wees, die vanne wat jy in Suriname kry, en dan die wat jy hier kry. En die ander ding is, ons was in Salt Lake City, en die Mormone glo dat as iemand dood is, kan jy nog vir hulle bid om hulle siel te red. Dis die wat hulle so ingaan op familie en voorgeslagte wat alreeds oorlede is.
Ja.
Nog 'n vraag van iemand?
Nee.
My vriend hierso het gevra, is Katarina Opklim se naam daarso in die lys?
Wat bedoelt hij? Oh, nee. Nog niet.
Sy het langs die pad afgeklim.
So we talked about people come from Suriname. We talked about people come from Suriname. Do you know in those days in Suriname in the 17th, 18th century what they called themselves? What did they have? Did they have surnames, Christian names? How did they call themselves? Okay, sorry. When the people came from Suriname, in Suriname in the 18th century, 19th century, what did they call themselves? Did they have surnames? Did they have full names? Before they came to South Africa? Do you know what they called themselves before they came here?
But there did not came people from Suriname to South Africa. Nee. Ja. Er kwamen geen, er zijn geen Surinamers naar Zuid-Afrika gegaan. Dat waren hele andere, alle slaven kwamen wel uit West-Afrika, heel veel, hè, ook natuurlijk uit de Oost, maar die naar Suriname gingen, heel veel uit West-Afrika. En daar zijn veel later teruggegaan naar Nederland, ook naar West-Afrika trouwens, naar Ghana. Ja, maar die connectie is er niet. Nee.
Miskien kan ons, om af te sluit, te praat oor die kwessie van identiteitssoeke, dat vir Afrikaans sprekendes dikwels, of die meeste lyk dit my, vind hulle identiteit in die taal. Maar die Khoi mense het natuurlik hulle taal verloor, so daardie identiteitskenmerk of aanduider bestaan dan nie meer nie. Die meeste Khoi mense praat deesdae Afrikaans natuurlik. Net soos wat die Franse Hugenote ook nie meer Frans praat nie, so dit is nie net die Khoi mense wat hulle taal verloor het onder die VOC bewind het, dit was ook die Franse gewees, waarvan ek en Marlene afstammelinge is. Daarom is dit belangrik dus die name as 'n identiteitsbepaler, maar wat ek uit Bart se vorige boek, Ware Mense, kon verstaan, is dat identiteit word ook in 'n groot mate gekoppel aan grondbesit.
Ja. Dat was ons eerste onderzoek, dat was het afnemen van grond door de Berlijnse missie. Die hebben gewoon grond ingenomen en op hele vreemde manier eigen gemaakt. Gezegd van ja, wij mochten die van Adam Kok hebben en dat was niet zo. En dat echt heel, daar zijn mensen nog, ik denk dat dat nog niet opgelost is, dat verhaal.
Nee, natuurlijk. En het is niet geëindigd bij die Berlijnse zendelingen. Die grondonteening het voortgegaan tot op Baie onlangs. En nou is daar natuurlijk grote acties om die grond terug te krijgen. En daarom is het ook belangrijk om genealogische kennis te hebben. Om te bepalen of hierdie familie of hierdie groep mensen wel recht het op daardie grond.
Ja.
So hierdie boek kan wel daarmee helpen.
Dat zou mooi zijn.
Ja. Een laatste vraag daar, zoals nog een.
You mentioned that, I think that the Khoisan is actually resurrecting themselves now. Because I don't know if you know, there's a group that meets at the Cape of Good Hope, the castle. And then they got the premises here at the River Club as well. So they are definitely being now wanting to recognize their culture and that they still exist. So that's also something interesting to remember.
Ja. Dat is de groep van... weet ik, ja.
Ek het een klein vraagie. Waar is die lys van al die name wat nie in hierdie boek is nie?
In my kast.
Kan ons 'n opvolgboek kry?
Het ons aan die einde gekom? Ons het aan die einde gekom en ons het 'n spesiale persoon wat vir julle gaan dankie sê. Jy moet jouself mooi voorstel.
Arnold van Dijk. Almal ken al vir Arnold van Dijk. Hy kan oor baie reeks van onderwerpe praat so vandag en hy nou sy Khoisan geskiedenis deel. Hierdie is
Ja, dis vir my 'n groot voorreg natuurlik. Henk het vir my gevra om ons skrywer asook die vertaler te bedank. Ek dink, soos ons in die begin gesê het, dit is natuurlik ook baie belangrik dat ons nie die uitgewer vergeet nie. En ek dink, jy weet, maar eerstens om te kom by die skrywer. Ek het die voorreg gehad om in 2017 met Bart se bekendstelling van ware mense, het hulle mos 'n landswye toer gedoen en ek het toe vir Bart die voorreg gehad om te ontmoet in Bloemfontein by die Nasionale Museum. En Bart se weduwee was ook daar, so dis 'n besondere voorreg vir my om dan vir Miriam eerstens en dan natuurlik vir Daniel wat die vertaling gedoen het. Ek dink nie ons besef, jy weet, die waarde, soos ons nou net hier gehoor het, van so 'n boek en die vertaling nie, en dan natuurlik die uitgewer se moed om die boek wel uit te gee. Want dit is, jy weet, in vandag se tye, ek en Marlene het hier sommer in die voorportaal 'n bietjie oor die uitdaging gepraat om in Afrikaans te publiseer. En ons vergeet, jy weet, hoeveel Afrikaners in die laaste 20 jaar Suid-Afrika verlaat het. Een van die groot redes natuurlik, die probleem wat ons mee sit. Maar hoewel dit 'n baie oorsake het, voel ek dit is ons plig as Afrikaanse lesers om te koop. En as 'n mens dit kan bekostig, om daardie hand in die sak te steek, 'n paar rand uithaal, en behalwe ook vir die kultuurhistoriese waarde van hierdie publikasie. Ook soos ons dame daar met haar vraag agter gesê het, die ander praktiese toepassings, jy weet, wat so 'n publikasie het en wat Daniel genoem het. En baie dankie daarvoor aan die skrywer, Daniel, die vertaler. Ek het die voorreg gehad om Daniel nou ook vandag vir die eerste keer te ontmoet, maar hy is lank aan my bekend, want al sy boeke is op my boekrak. So dit was 'n groot voorreg ook om jou te ontmoet. En baie geluk met die publikasie, ook aan die uitgewer, en hiermee 'n klein blyk van waardering, Miriam.
Nou, wat aardig. Dank u wel. Dank u wel.
En dan aan Daniel, baie dankie. Ek kan miskien net die staaltjie vertel van Klaas Windvoël wat in die Anglo-Boereoorlog op Magersfontein, jy weet, hy was 'n agterryer. En so hierdie is nou uit die volksmond, en of dit heeltemal waar is, kan ek nie voor instaan nie, maar hy het aangedring by die boer om nou ook 'n geweer te kry. En die boer het toe 'n Spaar Martini Henry daar, maar die meeste ouens het natuurlik met Mausers geskiet. So wat het gebeur na 'n rukkie, toe sien het al die ouens natuurlik weggeskuif, want hulle het met rooklose gewere geskiet, en Klaas het natuurlik almal se posisie weggegee met die Martini Henry. So al die boere het weg, en op die ou end was Klaas alleen met die Martini Henry, want het hy alleen die vier getrek. So dit is een storie. 'n Ander staaltjie, jy weet, die byname wat ons nou hieroor gepraat het, is natuurlik 'n algemene ding in ons Afrikaans volksmond. En toe ek nou as jong algemene praktisyn op 'n klein dorpie daar in die Wes-Transvaal, Ottosdal, in my jong dae begin, toe sit my ontvangsdame die eerste leer daar neer van Jacobus Nicolaas Burger. En sy sê, maar dokter, wees versigtig, hier 7 van hulle in die dorp. Ek sê maar, jy weet ek is nou 'n jong man, ek ken nie die distrik nie, hoe gaan ek maak? Sy sê, dokter moet nie bekommerd wees nie, ek sal die bynaam agter op die leer skryf, so as die ou inkom, dan, voor die tyd sê jy weet wie dit is. Die eerste ou was Jacobus Nicolaas Burger, hy het 'n houtbeen gehad, diabetes wat sy been verloor het, hy was Koos Populier. En dan die tweede Jacobus Nicolaas, hy het spikkels nie net op sy, of sproete nie net op sy gesig gehad nie, hy was Koos Spikkelgat. En dan was daar Koos Modderpens, en ek sê vir haar, maar waar kom die naam vandaan? Sy staan so weg, sy sê, dokter, as jy so op sy maag druk, dan maak daai vetrolle so. En dan was daar, ek sal liever nie sê nie, maar Koos Eysterkers, wel, jy weet ek, en 'n paar, so ons het ook in ons eie volksmond natuurlik die name.
Ja.
Baie dankie nogmaals. Kom ons kyk daar, Daniel. Ons kyk
Daniel, meisie in het midden,
Met die boek.
met die boek. Jeez. Models, dankjewel. Ja.
is hy. Toe ek net uit skool uit was, toe soek ek werk en toe kry my pa vir my werk by die City Tramways, net vir daai vakansie voor die universiteit begin. So ek was die jongste inspekteur. Jy weet, op die City Tramways, jy weet. En voor die bus vertrek, dan het jy al gehoor van all seats, jy weet so. Ek sê nou maar weer all seats. Weer eens baie welkom. Veral aan Dr. Roger Stewart. Sy Afrikaanse Engels is ewe goed, jy weet, want hy het vir my vertel, hy was 'n rukkie mediese dokter op Darling in die Swartland, jy weet. En dit kon ek nie kry op ChatGPT of op Copilot nie, jy weet, so die internet en die wêreld daar buite weet baie min van jou. En ek het bly jy stil hou. En ek het net nou by 'n vorige spreker kon ek heelwat meer kry. En elke slag sê hulle vir my, hierdie man is baie private. He lives in Lakeside. Soos ek aangaan, wil ek altyd net hoor of hierdie feite korrek is. So ek het nou die bron, die source, die bron is hierso. So dan kan jy my sê, stop, not right. Roger I, ek weet nie waarvoor I staan nie. Een. Okay, thank you. Nou, ChatGPT gee baie mooi titel, A Life Bridging Science Strategy and the Stories of Maps. So ons is vandag hier so om te luister na the Stories of Maps. Nou eintlik klink dit vir my, tensy een van hierdie twee websites die mekaar is, hy is eintlik professor. You actually, are you professor or? Oh, late. Oh, I thought you die with those titles.
No, I lost my faculties 40 years ago.
Well, I was associate professor in fisiologie, nogal aan die Universiteit van Stellenbosch. Nogal, ja, nee. Ek vind dit baie interessant, dis seker nadat jy op Darling was. Maar nietemin, hy's 'n persoon wat hy has a fellowship with the American College of Chest Physicians. Pulmonoloog seker. He later joined the South African Medical Research Council, where he served as group executive, overseeing national health research. So hy ken van research. En dan het hy gewerk vir 'n groot farmaseutiese firma, the head of International Scientific and Medical Affairs. Maar ons is nie eintlik hier vandag om te luister na al jou mediese prestasie. Ons luister na wat hulle nou hier verder sê. 'n Antiquarian. Dis die eerste maal dat ek van daai woord gehoor het. Ek weet nie wat dit in Afrikaans is nie, maar dit klink vir my iets soos antiques.
Antiquarius.
Antiquarius. Antiquarius. En map collector. Nou sê hulle hierso, ja, wat sê hulle? Nou weet ek my twee notes vergelyk, want jy sien die een sê mos nie wat die ander een sê nie. He's active in professional societies, representative of the International Map Collector Society in South Africa, member of the Washington Map Society, member of the Royal Society of South Africa, Southern Africa. Ek weet nie wat 'n Royal Society is, ek dink daar's more than one. Chairman of the Bibliophiles in Cape Town. Very interesting. And friends of the Cape Medical Museum. Dan het hy natuurlik boeke geskryf, dokumente geskryf. Die een wat baie bekend is the Cape Odyssey. That's a collection of essays exploring the stories behind maps of the Cape of Good Hope. Nou, dis hoekom hy is. And then Birchall's African Odyssey, net 'n jaar later in 2022. He co-authored that with Marion Whitehead. This book retraces the return journey of the explorer William Birchall. Dis nou 1812 tot 15. Blending historical narrative with cartographic insight. Nou, personal life, hulle wil my niks sê nie. Dr. Stewart Matain se private personal life. So jou goed is baie vertroulik daar. Want ek wou geweet het wie's jou pa, wie's jou ma, wie's jou vrou, wie's jou kinders. Kyk, dis nou genealoog vra vir jou mos daardie vraag. So hulle wil vir ons niks daaroor sê nie. So miskien kan jy iets daarvan sê, jy weet dat ons jou genealogies in die regte blokkies kan sit, jy weet. Baie welkom. I really think, and I heard, this is the most knowledgeable man about all the historical maps in South Africa, even if he disputes it. And I asked him specifically, where's the genealogy connections? Want ek weet, ek het so nou en dan na ou kaart gekyk, dan sê hulle, dis die plaas van Frans Jooste, of dit is die plaas van so en so en so. En ek hou baie van kaarte, en voordat ek na 'n sekere area gaan, dan kyk ek watse kaarte kan ek van die plekke kry. Wie het waar gewoon, watter plase, wat het daar gebeur. Want dit sit vir jou daai lekker vleis in al daai doodsbeendere. But most welkom, baie welkom. Hy's net so goed Afrikaans as Engels magtig. Ek weet nie, gebruik die taal wat jou pas, en jy sal vra definitief agterna kry. Dankie.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to speak in English if that's all right, but if you say anything that's not clear, I'll do my best in Afrikaans. I wonder if it'd be possible that I actually want to answer one. I'm going to answer about my own genealogy, but there are two maps outside. The one at the top, if that could be brought here, because that's got a wonderful genealogy history. And I was going to show it to you, but I saw it there and I decided I'm going to do it. So if someone could collect it. Yeah, that'll be great. So I'll explain that story. So maybe I must confuse you entirely by giving you some genealogical information, which is going to be misleading on purpose. My family comes from India. My great-grandfather was an Englishman. Went from Scotland, and they lost their way and went south to England. And he then went to India, where he was a civil servant, but then established the first company to export tea and, thank you very much, tea and rubber to the rest of the world. And the company, his surname was John. This is the other side of my family. And that company still exists since the early 1800s. And my father inherited from a maiden aunt. My grandfather was one of 11 children. 10 were girls. Only one married. And by then she'd already postmenopausal. So that lineage stopped. And it was just through my dad. And a maiden aunt died and left my dad some shares in that Indian company. In the 1950s, he didn't know what to do with them, and someone said, look, just flog them. And that put 3 sons through boarding school and through university. Apart from me, I had to work for the last 5, but I was clever. I married and I got my wife to work while I studied. So that worked very well. And so my father grew up was born in Colombo. He was and married, and he had a very beautiful mother. They came to South Africa, and then started the South African family. And on my mother's side, it was an English woman who came out in 1900 and took one of the first trains between Cape Town and Pretoria in order to marry a man who was in the British Army. And that's where that family comes. That's where my family comes from. And I'm the third of 3 children. My eldest brother is a mathematical statistician and accountant. permission of every single page I couldn't get hold of. And on her way home, she turned it into a PDF file and reached me here in South Africa before she got back to Elephant and Castle. So that is what technology made possible. Now, everybody says, oh, well, you've got to go and see the original. I said, but you know what? A photograph of the original, unless I'm examining the paper, it doesn't matter. It's what's on the paper. The value, again, it's like maps, becomes what is the content? What is the value of the content, not the making of the book? And so, this was my sort of the way of thinking. And so this became and this really got me going. And then I came to this last Christmas, where I decided to learn about AI. And I'm not an expert on AI. But what I saw was that map mapping started between 1450 and 1900 was mainly a family craft. It had started with the monks, religious orders who were doing it manuscript. Then it became printing press. Then you got families developing the craft. Then we started to get the interest becoming not so much in making the maps, but actually in using the information. And then we ended up with information in the digital ages. So you don't have to. You know the old story, men don't read instructions, and women don't read maps. Well, they don't have to. You don't have to follow the instructions. You get it on the internet. You want to find out where you are. You take your cell phone out and you go to Google Maps. And without ever having seen the blooming map, it says, turn left over here. After 300 meters, turn right. And you can even give her an English or an Afrikaans or American accent, anything you like. And suddenly now, technology has changed this. And sometimes people take the wrong blooming trip. And I said to them, why did you take that route? They said, that's what Waze told me to take. I said, did you look at the map first and find out? What map? I don't have a map. We always used to have map books in our cars. And we'd do the homework, check it out, work it out, write it out nicely, give it to the passenger. For the once you did want someone on your left-hand side actually giving you instructions, not usually the one who's in the back, and you were able to then move, and they'd say, turn left here, there, turn right there, and everything worked. Now you do it, and it actually talks to you. You don't have to have the other person there. You can just actually have your machine. The world has changed. And we use it, but often don't realize what is actually happening. And so now we're getting to a time of artificial intelligence for which, as I said, there's a lot of nonsense spoken. And I'm not going to go into the details of the different kinds of artificial intelligence because it's not really that relevant. But other than to say that the aspect of artificial intelligence that most of us use is things like ChatGPT and the others, and that is actually nothing other than what they call a large language model. It's able to take in a huge amount of information, analyze it, and relate one bit of information to another. And it can analyze it, it can summarize it, it can synthesize it. And what I have discovered is that I can actually have an intelligent conversation with it. Because I was running out of people I could talk to about this kind of stuff. So what I did was I would go to the computer and I'd say, okay, listen, this thought. What would Russell Aikoff, who's dead, died 10 years ago, or Peter Drucker, who died 20 years ago, or Samantha Ghoshal, what would they say about this? And it can go and access all that person's information, the whole amount of history, everything that they've done and said, this is the likely comment on your thought. These are the positives, these are the negatives. Then I do it, and I change it, and I do something. I said, well, what about so-and-so? What would that? And so you can start entering into a discussion. And what it's able to do is to relate seemingly remote bits of info, let's say bodies of information. So there's information between brothers or letters, between siblings, mother and father, father and mother, whatever it is, grandfather. It can take all of that information. So I've got every single letter that William Burchell wrote. I have now got digitally. I did it at the stage where I actually gave it to my daughter to make it digital. I just had photographs, and she could type fast. Now you just give it to the blooming AI, and it reads the damn thing. I don't have, because his handwriting is legible. And it comes up with it. And then I say, well, what is the theme? And I say ask AI, what have you understood about what happened and changed in Burchell's life as he went through this journey? just reading his articles, his letters. Because what he did was he would write them out in rough, keep them. He was meticulous. He must be an absolute pain in the butt to live with, which is why I probably never married. But he would keep those, and then he would send them. And that file of letters that he wrote is still available. It's at Oxford University. And like I did with Q, I phoned Oxford, I wrote to them, and then I phoned them, and I said, how about it? They said, oh, it's a problem. We don't have enough staff at the moment. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to put out an advert in the paper and ask for volunteers to come and help scan all of the letters, which is what they did, and they sent them to me. And I was able to then analyze them, but I was still analyzing them in the old way. I would read them. And what I'm starting to do now, as I am with a lot of other information, is to give that information, and that person, that AI, is impartial. You can give it criteria, and it can now analyze it. It's not going to look for me going to look for confirming evidence. It'll tell me, and if I don't like what it says, but I thought it was this, tell me why. And you can end up having a very interesting discussion. It's very different. My granddaughters think I'm crazy, which is fine. And so what it is, I think what this slide represents is the change that has taken place. And if we adapt with it, we're going to get a new way of looking at what we do. So there is the world map by Ortelius in a miniature. You can't see much, but you could see enough. That's done about 100 years later, and there are all of these lines. And those lines are communication channels, either submarine telephone signals going through, so they're cables, or it's routes of ships. What is excluded was the aeroplane, because it hadn't developed yet. But imagine if you had to overlay the aeroplane. Then imagine if you overlaid that, all those satellites that are up there, that are spewing junk all the time in space. The depth of information, what's nice about the large language model, or that AI gives you, is you can give it, it skryk nie vir inligting nie. You can give it as much as you like. I give it the 10, 15,000 word article that I've written, or chapter I've written, and I ask it to compare it with this one, which is 10,000. Please compare them. Done in 2 seconds. It's absolutely, but it brings in new information. It's not, you mustn't believe everything. You must test it. You've got to analyze it. But it's like, when Martin Luther King got himself into trouble, Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King. Martin Luther, he used to get information that was printed for him. He'd knock it onto the church doors, and he brought about a reformation. You didn't have to believe what he said, and a lot of people didn't. People got burnt at the stake for making those sorts of statements. But the point is, the technology brought about a change, and how you go about it, and you don't have to believe it all. You can question it, and you must question it. So this is the one there, and then here to totally change it, these are my ideas of miniature maps. A miniature map is smaller than 120 square centimeters. Well, here's the smallest map. It's 24.2 square nanometers. A nanometer is 10 to the minus 9 meters, and it's written on a protein. That's how the world has changed. Now, if we don't embrace that, we're actually losing out. It doesn't mean we must lose what we've got. It's rather we must enhance what we've got, utilizing what we had. And here's just a nice example, because I sent it to my friends in New Zealand. I said, I've got a map that was printed, and they had a cartouche here where New Zealand is today. And it was one of the states, the 5th state of the map, was when New Zealand, when this was taken away, and they put New Zealand there. So the point is that it's the knowledge, the information came in, and we got to the 5th state. Well, it's like the 5th generation. We started off as a company that does one thing. We ended up as another kind. We're this kind of a family. Now we're something else. And these change with time. And what technology is giving us is the opportunity to identify and explore. It's very much like a Brave New World that Aldous Huxley wrote about, but it doesn't have to be dystopian. It doesn't have to be a bad world. It can be a much better world if you learn how to use it. And that's really, I think, what's important. I'm going to finish off now, because then I'll have done my hour. And that is, what is interesting about genealogy and history maps as well, and the history of maps, is that it's not symmetrical. You get parts of the family which expand, they grow, you get a long vertical, you get a long silo, if you like, and it grows, and it's very successful. You get blind alleys where you get something and it dies. You get others that are relatively small. You get the successful parts, the unsuccessful. And the questions that one asks about, well, why is it like that? It's not just about following DNA or lineage, joining the dots. It's about examining the areas around them, which are the context. And that is what technology allows one to do. So here we have two famous cartographers from the 16th century, Jodocus Hondius and Mercator, having a chat, and that was how they did it. And there was me in another era talking through and it was digitized, talking about a map through a video camera, and that was put onto the internet and became available. And there is my granddaughter thinking I'm crazy while I'm working here and I'm talking to AI in order to learn not just about maps, but about the relationships between people, between maps, between a whole lot of different aspects of their lives. So, that's my piece. I hope I haven't confused you.
Is there any person who would pose a nice tricky question?
Yeah.
About how do you make a round world in a flat map? How you print a round
With difficulty.
I want to ask something.
Yeah.
Can you tell us more about, you read about the fact that on the world maps, Africa is shown much smaller because of some other reason.
The projections, yeah.
Yeah, can you explain that to us, please?
I'm not the right person to explain that. What it is, it's mathematical. It's a different projection. It's a way in which you depict a round map on a flat surface. That is the problem. And any way that you do that is going to distort it. And there are different kinds of projections, so it's called a projection, different ways. So like the Mercator projection. In the Mercator projection, lines of latitude and longitude are always at right angles. If you want to sound clever, if you ever see a map like that, you go, oh, that's done on the Mercator projection. Everyone thinks you're more of a clever. And they say, well, could you explain that to me? I say, no, you explain it to me tomorrow. So, but it's the problem of converting a three-dimensional structure and depicting it on a two-dimensional image.
So what it means, in fact, is that Africa is much bigger than what it is.
Depending on which projection you're using. I'm not going to say it either, because it depends which projections you're looking at and how do you want to measure and what is the absolute. Does that answer your question? It depends. This is your machine, by the way. I'm leaving it here.
Roger, what a fascinating way of interrogating maps. You know, I was looking at a shop, you know, in Uganda on Google Earth, yes. Not Google Earth, on YouTube. Now looking at the shops there, and I saw the logo of Bata shoes. You know, Bata shoes.
Bata toughies.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know Bata shoes, we grew up with Bata shoes.
Yeah.
So I went to look, you know, where did Bata shoes come from? And I discovered that Bata shoes was started by two Moravian brothers and their sister in Czechoslovakia in the 1890s. And it has grown into a multinational company.
Yeah.
I just wanted to start with that. But you started off, you know, by talking about the Passman. Did you say?
Yeah, Rudolf Passman. Yeah,
Rudolf
Passman.
Passman, yes. And Rustenburg. And the most famous owner of Rustenburg was John X. Merriman. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was one of them, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Before the Barlows took it, yeah.
Yes. Now, I wanted to know, you just stopped there. I was curious about Huntington's disease and Passman, and you didn't elaborate on it.
No, what I said was that, okay, so here it was. I didn't go into all the detail because I didn't here to talk about the medical genealogy. Interestingly, it was a fellow guy in my class in medical school who did all the work with Peter Beighton. What I said was that here is a map, and it shows the farm, and it's owned by Roelof Passman, who was the first owner. His wife was a Sophia van der Merwe, Fakie Skalk, who came out from the Netherlands. And she carried with her a gene that was then spread across southern Africa through her other husband mainly, a chap called Roberts. Okay. So the connection was not so much him, it's saying that here is this, what's the medical connection? Okay. The medical connection is his first, that this disease started actually through his wife. Okay. And then it went through to all the people who've got Huntington's disease today. And this chap has just been given an honorary fellowship, I think, by UCT. And Michael Hayden's his name, and he did that work with Peter Beighton, and it's published in the South African Medical Journal. He moved on to be very successful. But the point that I wanted to make was that sometimes a map presents some information, and the information just looks like, oh, it's a farm and it's Roelof Passman. I was trying to make the point that around Roelof Passman is a story. And it's that story that if we investigate it, or if you take AI and say, who was Roelof Passman and who did he marry and why, and you start getting a whole lot of information, you can start getting it and connecting it. Oh, but there was someone who came from the Netherlands. And now you can start connecting understanding of context and exploring it, which to do in the conventional way is slow, it's tedious, it often needs travel. And the point I was making is today with modern technology, you can short-circuit it. So I hope that explains. I'm sorry if I went through too quickly. Yes, ma'am, you got to go.
So with the development of technology, does it mean that map making is now going extinct and there will not be maps?
No, I think there will still be maps, because behind what you see on Google Earth is a map, and you can and through the GPS, and you can go to Google Maps and you can see the map. It's just done in a very different way, and you don't have people climbing mountains anymore. They're doing it from satellites. So instead of taking a telescope up there, you send the telescope up to Earth, up to satellite, and you measure at certain areas, and you can get very accurate measurements. So it's just changed the way that it's done. But it's now become, it's no major deal. Whereas before, they'd have to take a ship, and people would have to travel for a year to get somewhere. Then they'd have to take a telescope, climb up a mountain, take measurements. How did they do it? They got a stocky, and they'd go roll it over and over and over until they got how long it was. Big machines to measure angles. It's all gone. So the world has changed and the technology has changed, and what was a major development in society is something that's now in the background. Now I know this was a subject which was a little bit off the beaten track.
Any more questions? Enige vrae?
You were saying, Roger, that on maps Africa is distorted, but surely it means all land masses will be distorted.
Sure. Oh yeah.
So how accurate or inaccurate?
Well, it's a question of whether you could use the information. It's a question distorted from from what perspective. You might want to know, do I head northwest? If that's all that you need to know, is that accurately represented or not? So Mercator's projection was fantastic for that. People could measure latitude easily, relatively easily on the ship. They couldn't measure longitude, and if they could get a fix on a bit of land, then they would say, I must head in this direction. For how long? So it depends from what perspective that you're looking at. So yes, the distortions are there. It doesn't mean there's no reality. And it comes back to the old issue of objectivity. There's no such thing as objective, other than in maths. Because what it is when you're dealing with human things like this is that you take it from different perspectives and you pull them together and you approximate objective truth Truth is probably actually never attainable, other than theoretical truth as in maths and logic, which we can do. But if we're looking at the real world, it all depends on those perspectives and how we bring them together. And this is where technology is absolutely fantastic. It's able to help pull those together. Say, these are the areas of agreement, these are the areas of disagreement, this is what I want to do, then what do I choose, what do I use? And I think we could do that not only with maps, we can do that in following families. Is what are the areas of convergence? What is happening? What can we learn? And it can give us more than lineage. It gives us the text, the context, and the ability to compare and synthesize context and get new understanding. It doesn't mean it's necessarily true, it's just a new understanding. And we'd have to test those things further to really get to understand.
But behind you, those bulls of the world, are they actually now showing?
Well, the world isn't round, isn't a sphere, so I mean that's...
Yeah, but are they showing the world, the continents differently to what they would if they were flat?
Oh, of course. Oh yeah, no, it's entirely different. No, I mean, that's why people used globes for a long time. And this is why they use the GPS at the moment, because it can take all of this into account. And this is, I mean, it's also whether you're traveling by land, whether you're traveling under sea or up in air, all of these things, you need to be able to pull all of that information together. And that's why I can get pinpoint accuracy. So that is why drones can land on a particular oil refinery, that second stack. It couldn't do that using the old geometry of maps. But using the GPS, which takes in 3-dimensional and is able to correct for all of those differences, it's able to home in and stick it straight through the hole through the chimney. That's how it's able to do it. It's maybe not a very nice thought, but that's how it works, yeah.
Jammer ons het nie 'n landmeter hier nie, because that's their trade. They study almost 5 years to get that right, or you land surveyor. Because in effect, if you own a farm or whatever, they give you the size of the farm as the land surveyor measured nowadays to the nearest square meter. Now you can imagine that. Now, what it effectively is they create flat surfaces. So between longitude lines and latitude lines is 'n klomp plat blokkies wat jy mekaar plak om die aarde rond te kry. The smaller the size, the more accurate you are. Otherwise, if you have a big sheet, the farm on the far end will be distorted, and the one right in front of you will be more or less correct. Now you can imagine if you have farms next to one another and you don't do it accurately, then it actually overlaps. Certain piece of land overlaps. Now with technology nowadays, it's easy. In my young days, I had to go and look for beacons.
Absolutely.
Now these beacons, jy weet die wit paaltjies met die swart goed, they're obsolete. They don't use them anymore. It's all satellite.
Trigonometric beacons,
Yeah. Anyway, thank you. Okay. We're after 1 and we must still say thank you to you.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Thank you.
Yes, Roger, fascinating talk. I'm glad that you, as most of us research in whatever field, not just genealogy, it's interesting that you look at something not on horizontal, but vertical, horizontal, and just the way that you look at all the facets regarding one topic. It's absolutely amazing. This would be a very good lecture for beginner history students at varsity. And also my generation, we sort of like, I sometimes, it's not a point of argument on our WhatsApp group,